Now live.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our City Council meeting. Today is Monday, May 17th, 2021. It's approximately 1 p.m. Before we stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance, I'm going to ask for a brief moment of silence as we reflect back on the brave men and women of the United States Armed Forces as they protect our interests around the globe, as well as the courageous men and women of the Las Cruces Police Department and the Las Cruces Fire Department as they keep our city safe 24/7, 365. Councilor Flores, are you there? Join us in the pledge. Okay, I don't think so. So, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so now we're going to go to our pit of the week, and I believe Vanessa Chastain will be presenting.
All right. Hey, guys. All right. I'm going to go ahead and start off with our pet of the week this week. We'll start with Kobe. He is a male that is neutered. He's only 9 months. Let me tell you a little bit about him. My name is Kobe, and I am a fun-loving, incredible, playful older puppy. I have short little legs and a long body, but that doesn't stop me from romping around. I love an equally active family to keep up with my energy. He's super cute. He looks like a miniature lab, basically. Let's head on over to the kitty cats. This is Cammy. He is a 1-year-old neuter male. A little about him. Cammy is my name. I'm one mellow yellow boy. I enjoy hanging out and relaxing in my kennel, but I'm not one to say no to some pets and scratches. My ideal day is you and me just spending some quiet time together. And a fun fact for this week, polar bears have black skin and see-through fur. All right. And we are still accepting volunteer applications. You could apply at ascmv.org. And then just due to COVID, you could apply and we'll keep them on file until further notice. And thank you to all our volunteers that come out and help us. And thank you guys. Have a good week.
Okay, thank you. So now we're going to go to the jobs of the week. And I believe I saw Cindy Quinlan here, who's going to present those jobs.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Oh, sorry.
I'm just reading. Thank you, Francisco, for your assistance. Okay, everyone. So for our jobs of the week, first, we're going to start off with a Director of Financial Services position that is needed with the City of Las Cruces. This position will be closing on June 14th of 2021. We also have a substance abuse therapist that is needed at La Clínica de Familia. This position closes on July 9th of 2021. They are needing a resident monitor at Dismas Charities Incorporated. This position will close on July 27th, 2021. There is a position for a cook at Taqueria Las Catrinas. This position closes on May 29th, and they are needing a donation attendant with the Salvation Army, and this position will be closing on July 28th, 2021. But for a full list of our jobs, internships, and volunteer opportunities, you can visit us at www.employnm.com, or you can go to www.governmentjobs.com/career/cruces. For our local office here in Las Cruces, for our New Mexico Workforce Connections, you can contact us at 575-524-6250. And our location is 226 South Alameda Boulevard. Thank you, everyone. Have a great afternoon and have a wonderful week.
Okay, thank you. So now we're going to go to the COVID-19 update, and Assistant Manager Eric Enriquez will be presenting.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. To give you a COVID-19 update, really good news what's going on in our community that we want to share. First of all, again, Doña Ana County is into turquoise, and we've seen that go from red to yellow to now to turquoise due to the low positivity rate and the fully vaccinated rate over 40%. Currently, the update today is at 3.63. I don't think it's been updated. I really believe it's a little bit lower. But the fully vaccinated individuals in our county is 47.2. That's 81,000 that have been fully vaccinated. The Vado Speedway event this weekend went well, and that was the second dose event for those that went the first time. Las Cruces Public Schools, 12 to 17 years of age are taking place with the Pfizer. There'll be another event at Las Cruces High School this Wednesday with already signed up of close to 200 students already, or those at the age of 12 to 17. The latest CDC guidelines and governor's update. As of Friday, the Secretary of the Department of Health, Dr. Tracy Collins, clarified that fully vaccinated people do not need to wear masks in most settings unless directed by a healthcare professional to wear one. She also shared that the reason 99% of the new COVID-19 infections are taking place in people who are not vaccinated. This is part of what has led the CDC and the New Mexico Department of Health to drop face mask requirements for people who are fully vaccinated. This is a good indication of what has transpired. I reflect and think about a year ago where we were and what the dilemmas were. Now we see people getting together for Mother's Day, restaurants opened, celebrations for graduations. People can play, work, and worship in our community. And it's a lot of the support and the hard work by the vaccine task force, the community, the DOH, all the partnerships in this community. So we're moving in the right direction. Where we go next to keep this community safe and healthy is to be determined, but the dilemmas that we were facing last year compared to today is really awesome. And just want to share with the asylum refugees as well, it remains the same. There is no urgency. El Paso is handling it well, and things are flowing smoothly there. So thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Assistant Manager Enriquez. Okay, so now we're going to go to, we have a couple people that we'd like to honor. So the first one is Officer Adrian De La Garza. So Officer De La Garza, if you recall, there's an incident on February 4th where this person had taken out one of his fellow brothers there in Deming, and Officer De La Garza rose to the occasion to stop him. And Officer De La Garza, I can only imagine what was going through your mind there. You were truly Las Cruces' finest. Your heroic actions not only could have, probably saved even more people. And so I have this award, a small token of our appreciation. It says the Mayor's Distinguished Service Award presented to Officer Adrian De La Garza for your bravery, valor, and selfless service to our community, April 2021. And Officer De La Garza, thank you for your service. I don't know.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Other than I salute you.
Thank you.
You were amazing. You're welcome to say a couple words if you like, and we'll get this here to you. But this, like I said, this is just a small token of our appreciation.
Well, thank you for the award. It really means a lot. It's been a difficult time for me and the family, so I really appreciate it.
Well, we appreciate you, and we didn't expect to hear much from you, but still, I know this is a tough time. And,
yeah.
And again,
yes, sir.
You are truly one of our heroes, and thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, we'll get this to you.
Thank you.
We have another hero here. Forgive me if I don't pronounce this right, but I'm going to try. Tushenk Chada.
Yes, sir. That's me. Yeah, Tushank. That's
Is
perfect.
that good enough?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're a first-year student at Burrell School of Osteopathic Medicine of Burrell College, and you created a group called the COFAX Scholars with the intention to supply a garrison of medical students to administer the vaccine for when the city of Las Cruces received the high volume of vaccines. So when creating this group, you not only gathered students to give the vaccine, but you also set up educational clinics to teach these students how to administer vaccine, as well as to organize the time and location for the students to give these vaccines out. During the physical and mental toll medical school takes on its students, Tushank went above and beyond to protect the community that he became a recent member of. So thank you for being a linchpin in our community, Tushank. And I have this certificate of the Mayor's Citation for Community Service presented to you in recognition of your commitment and dedication helping making Las Cruces a better community, dated this 17th day of May, 2021. So you're welcome to say a couple words, Tushank.
Oh, no, I just wanted to say thank you very much. That means a lot. I definitely don't feel like I deserve this award. I think it belongs to everyone in the community that kind of helped out and mobilized to help give the vaccines out, including the people that trusted us to give them the vaccines. It was really great to have that opportunity to provide and also gain their trust in that aspect. So just thank you very much for this distinguished award. Thank you.
So you don't want me to give it to you? You want me to just give it to the rest of everybody?
If we can split it, however many ways, I think that'd be good too.
No, we appreciate that very much. Yeah, I'm sure medical school is very tough, and then for you to go up to do this on your own is a lot. Thank you. Oh, and we'll get that mailed to you. Okay. Okay, so now I'm going to do the conflict of interest statement. This is where I ask if any member of the city council, city manager, or any member of city staff has any known conflict of interest on any item on the agenda.
None by Flores.
No.
None, Gandara.
None, Aveda Stuvi.
Okay, so now we're going to go to public participation. I have a couple comments I'd like to read. First one of the shortest public comments I've ever had. It was to City Council and myself. It just says, I support the resolution in order to change the ordinance for the city. There is no specific ordinance she's talking about. I'm presuming she's talking about a future mask ordinance. Tina Dalcor, and she left her phone number. I have another one here that we received.
Mayor?
Yes?
This is Councilor Bencomo. The subject heading on that was Resolution 21-174.
I knew that. I was just seeing if you guys are paying attention. So, all right, so I'll read it during that resolution. Okay, so this one here is another public comment. It says, this letter is to City Council Las Cruces from New Mexico resident Alice Gutierrez. The incident occurred on June 29, 2020 at approximately 4:50 p.m. at 1134 Colorado Street. This is my neighbor's address. My address is 1130 Colorado. We share a building, which is a duplex residence, where we share a yard and our living room wall. On that day, I looked out the window because I heard an altercation occurring outside my neighbor's front yard. Turns out that our neighbor, whose residence is directly across the street from us, facing our homes, also had heard the altercation and looked outside to see what the commotion was as well. At that time, we saw the altercation was taking place between my visitors at my neighbor's house and a vehicle which had driven up to the neighbor's house and was still in the street. We witnessed a young man coming out of my neighbor's home with a weapon brandished in the back of his pant waistline, which I later found out caused our front neighbor to notify police of the altercation in hopes to de-escalate the matter before it got worse. This incident caused the New Mexico Police Department to arrive. We don't know if that's state police, but New Mexico Police Department to arrive within 10 to 15 minutes to respond to about 3 cop cars initially, which quickly grew to about 10 cop cars, and even the SWAT team had to arrive because it turned out 2 of these men were involved in an armed robbery crime earlier that day. The 2 men ended taking up refuge inside my neighbor's home, which caused our building to be surrounded. I am a disabled woman who lives alone with my dogs. I have anxiety, high blood pressure, and other underlying health conditions. I became frightened of the matter occurring outside my home and attempted to walk outside through my back door to move away from the raid that was occurring around my home, and a police officer began yelling at me, questioning my identity. and refused me to exit my home to a safe place. I informed him I was alone, disabled, and was having trouble breathing and did not allow me to leave. He instead yelled at me to go back into my home, lay on the floor because they were about to release tear gas into my neighbor's home. I informed him that I had to exit with my dogs because we share vents with the neighbors, but he continued to yell at me to go back into my home and get onto the floor, which I am physically incapable of doing. I once again informed the officer that I was disabled and unable to perform that action, and he just continued to yell at me to go back into my home and lay on the floor. I proceeded to call my front door neighbor in hopes of some assistance because I was having difficulties breathing as mentioned, and he asked one of the SWAT team officers to please help me out of my home because I could not breathe and severely frightened. The man came forward and assisted me to come out of my home, and I could go to my front neighbor's yard where we witnessed the police department use various tools and tactics to get the suspected men to come out of the home, one of which was tear gas. Approximately 3 tear gases were administered into the home and filled both mine and the neighbor's duplex complex. I became very concerned with my dogs, one of which suffers from regular seizures. Tear gas filled my home, and my dogs suffered through every tear gas thrown into our duplex complex. My dogs were affected by the tear gas, could not see or hear for hours, and were terrified, which caused one of my dogs, the one who suffers from seizures, to run away as soon as we were allowed to open the door of my home to retrieve them. The situation further heightened my stress, anxiety, and blood pressure. The raid took place over a matter of 6 hours, so my dogs had no ventilation for those 6 hours as tear gas filled my home. After everything was resolved, I still continued to endure the effects of the raid. I was contacted by a member of the victim's assistant department and was not allowed to return to my home 5 to 7 days until the tear gas vapors were clear. I was at the time also informed that almost everything in my home was now unable to be used due to the damage of the tear gas, which is, and she lists the name of it. I'm sorry, I cannot pronounce that. Including my food, furniture, clothing, dishes, necessary medical equipment I use daily, etc. I was informed by the victim's assistance department that they were having difficulties finding me a hotel placement. So thankfully, my daughter opened her home to me to stay for those days that I was unable to enter my own home. I had to leave with the clothes on my back and was not allowed to get one thing from my home. The entire matter caused me so much immense financial hardship, not only on me, but my daughter. I, at the time, did not have the means to purchase all the items I needed to care for myself on such short notice, including food, toiletries, and clothing. So I had to borrow money to purchase clothing to sleep in, toiletries to shower, brush my teeth, comb my hair, and clothes to sleep in and wear for the next 5 to 7 days, as well as dog food, dog bowls, and leashes for my dogs. The Bio One company contacted me and entered my home on July 2nd, 2020, and removed all the food, dishes, containers, toiletries, medical supplies that I use on a daily basis. CPAP machine supplies, dog food, dog bowls, food in my fridge, canned foods, cleaning supplies, cleaning agents and chemicals, baking supplies, spices, teas, condiments, and was instructed that I had to get rid of my entire living room, sofa, clothing, home decor such as curtains, bedding, mattress. In the long scope of things, I had to purchase a new sofa, a new bed, new clothing and personal hygiene items, food, kitchen necessities, to cook, pet necessities, and my bedding. I attempted to salvage most of my clothing items by washing and drying for 3 days straight, which added to my financial hardship with high water and electric bills, and further caused my washer to burn out from washing them repeatedly in efforts to save me from having to purchase clothing and salvage my existing clothes. I have saved all my receipts and things needed to repurchase to live and sustain myself and my dogs. I have followed all the instructions as set by the Bio One company, even composed a spreadsheet of everything that was taken from my home as reported by the Bio One company. Following all the reporting protocols, only to be denied reimbursement for the items that were destroyed from my unfortunate experience as a victim of this crime. I have had to financially recover from this and contacted the risk management department under my claims as instructed by the property liability claim form, which provided a full report on what occurred on the day of the incident. Receipts of everything that had to be repurchased, police report, and everything else requested and needed to show what I've lost and need reimbursement for. Unfortunately, my claim was assigned to a very unprofessional individual who claims to have investigated my matter named Carl Conley. Mr. Conley stated that the city owed me nothing and not one penny for what I endured, and that I was fully responsible for sustaining myself and responsible for having to purchase all the items lost from the tear gas and this crime for which I was not involved. I did not include the pain and suffering I and my dogs endured, the inconvenience, the financial hardship that replacing all these items cost me, and I had nothing to do with the crime that occurred. I was not involved with my neighbor, the crimes that occurred in that home, nor any relation to the people in that home or her guests. Yet I endured the suffrage of their crimes, and the city of Las Cruces is neglecting their duty to do the right thing. I may be contacted via telephone. She leaves a number. I do not have regular access to email, so please contact me via telephone. So I want you to know that EFO has a copy of this, and to my knowledge, he instructed a member of his team, I believe someone from the city attorney's office, to make contact with Ms. Gutierrez. Okay. Okay, so now we're going to go to, those meeting statements. City Council met in closed session at 3:32 p.m. May 3rd, 2021. The following members were in attendance: Councilors Flores, Sorg, Bencomo, Vasquez, Beta Stuvi, Gandara, and myself, Ken Miyagishima. Staff present was Ifo Pili, City Manager, Ikani Payao, Assistant City Manager, Eric Enriquez, Assistant City Manager, Dr. Griselda Martinez, Director of Economic Development, Lisa LaRock, Sustainability Officer, the Oham Land Office, Jennifer Vega Brown, City Attorney. The meeting adjourned at 4:21 p.m. And for the record, City Council met in closed session and only discussed this limited item as stated: to discuss the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property which is closed pursuant to NMSA 1978 10-15-1H number 8, specifically the 139.71 acres of municipally owned land in the West Mesa Industrial Park. Next one is Las Cruces City Council met in closed session at 11:03 a.m. May 10, 2021. The following members were in attendance: Councilors Flores, Sorg, Bencomo, Beta Stuvi, Gandara, and myself, Ken Miyagishima. Staff was Robert Cabello, Deputy City Attorney, Jean Creeley, Outside Attorney, Eric Enriquez, Assistant City Manager, Leanne Demouche, Budget Director, Jennifer Vega Brown, City Attorney, and Ikani Tal Mopea, Assistant City Manager. The meeting adjourned at 11:47 a.m. And for the record, the City Council met in closed session and discussed those limited items as stated in the posted notice, which was to discuss pending litigation regarding City of Albuquerque, ETAL versus Stephanie Chardon Clark and New Mexico Taxation Revenue Department, D-202-CV-2018-08036, which is closed pursuant to NMSA. Now we're going to go to acceptance of the agenda. I have a motion, a second.
So moved by Flores.
Second by Sorg.
Motion made by Councilor Flores, second by Councilor Sorg. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve the agenda as presented. Councilor Beta Stuvi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so the first item is 8.1, which is a public hearing. And so public hearing is now on. It's 1:24 p.m. Is there any, did we receive any comments or anyone regarding the approving of the transfer of ownership of interlocal dispenser liquor license number 28033 to Blazing Wings, Inc., doing business as Buffalo Wild Wings, located at 2750 Mall Drive, Suite 600, Las Cruces, New Mexico, 88011?
No, Mayor. Vanessa King for the City Attorney's Office.
Seeing none, public hearing is now closed. It's 1:25 p.m. So I'll entertain a motion to adopt Resolution 21-167.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, a motion made by Councilor Flores. I didn't hear who the second was. Who was the second?
Yes.
Beta Stuvi? Okay. Motion made by Councilor Flores, second by Councilor Beta-Stuvi. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 21-167. Councilor Beta-Stuvi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, we have another public hearing. It's 1:26 p.m., so the public hearing is now on. Did we receive any comments, or does anyone have any discussion, public hearing regarding the approving the beer wholesaler liquor license to Icebox Brewing Company, LC, located at 2825 West Picacho Avenue, Las Cruces, New Mexico, 88007?
Mayor Vanessa King, again, for the City Attorney's Office. We have not received any opposition or any comments for this liquor license.
Okay. And with that, it's 1:27 p.m. Public hearing is now closed. So entertain a motion to adopt resolution 21-167. Need a motion.
So moved.
Second, Beta-Stuvi.
Oh,
Okay, motion made by Councilor Flores, second by Councilor Beta-Stuvi. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 21-168. Councilor Beta-Stuvi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, we're at 8.3, resolution 21-169. Need a motion in a second.
Move to approve.
Second by Flores.
Okay, was that Councilor Vasquez who made that motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and second by Councilor Flores. Okay, so now we have Matt Sines who's going to make the presentation.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Can
My camera
everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So good afternoon, Mayor, members of Council, administration. For the record, my name is Matthew Sines. I'm the interim Chief Budget Officer with the Budget Office. And today I'm here to present the proposed budget adjustments for fiscal year 2021 for May. So with these adjustments, there are no new programs or policy initiatives. The adjustments are focused on compliance and alignment. Speaking of compliance, we have a couple items that we're going to adjust for year-end cleanup, as well as take a look at an adjustment for utilities, a natural gas program. So with me today, I have Public Works Director, Mr. David Cedillo. He will be discussing the capital improvement program. And not to mention, we also have representatives on the line to help us answer any questions that you all may have. As always, we are striving to apply best practice. So just as a reminder, the amounts we are requesting today are located in the column with yellow text. Also, we're letting you know what type of transaction we are processing with the letter that follows the amount. The meanings for those letters can be found at the bottom of our screen. So E is for expense, R is for revenue, and T is for transfer. So let's go ahead and get started. So in the general fund, quality of life is reducing expenditures by $1,129 for their senior nutrition program. This was a grant match for the respite care program. This was over budgeted. So we're going to reduce that amount. Fund 1500, Mayor and Council, we're reducing expenditures of $51,000. This is for the Doniana Move Trail and Brannigan Cultural Center grant match. Last month, we brought forward an adjustment to move those funds to the capital fund. However, we also needed to reduce that amount under the hold harmless. Fund 2171, quality of life, we are reducing both revenues and expenditures of $212,000 for their senior nutrition program. We're reducing the Older American grant by $223,000. This was originally a placeholder until they received their grant. They have since received a grant, so we're reducing that amount. At the same time, they received donations of $11,000. So our overall adjustment is a decrease of $212,000. Fund 4202 Public Works is requesting an increase of $222,000 for the McPhee reconstruction project. As briefly discussed during last week's work session, and you've probably seen all over the news, the cost of materials and labor have been escalating rather rapidly. So they need some additional assistance of $222,000. Fund 4624 Public Works also is requesting a carryover for heavy equipment of $348,000. They had originally anticipated to receive an invoice for a paving machine in fiscal year 2020. However, this was received in fiscal year 2021. So lastly, Utilities Gas Fund 5200 is stepping up their expenditure budget of $4.2 million for the February Arctic freeze cost recovery. They'll need some additional assistance by transferring funds from Fund 5500 of $1 million and also from Fund 5505 Solid Waste Contingency of 1.75 for a total transfer of 2.75. So with that, I want to thank you all for your time, and I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Mr. David Cedillo.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, Matt. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. David Cedillo, Public Works Director, and I'll be going over your CIP amendment for this afternoon. As Mr. Sines had mentioned, we do have an amendment for the McPhee project that is due to the increase of costs and materials, of labor and materials, excuse me. With that, Matt and I are both available for any questions that you may have.
Okay, thanks, David. Questions?
Yeah.
Councilor Beta-Stuvey.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Matt and David. My question is for David, just real fast. We have many more projects that you anticipate coming before council with these types of adjustments for these projects that are seeing those increased costs.
Mayor, Councilor Beta-Stuvey, at this point in time, the projects that we're working on right now, we're trying to get ahead of that by including that as we move forward before they go out to bid. There may be a couple of projects that do come before that time period that were already underway. So we may have a couple that may come back to council for adjustments based on our economic environment at this time.
Okay, thank you. And with this adjustment, will the project be able to remain as scheduled for timing and or the service level that it's supposed to provide at the end? There's going to be no adjustments to the project itself?
Mayor, Councilor Beta-Stuvey, thank you for the question. Yes, at this point in time, this adjustment is to make it whole. And if approved by council, we will be able to move forward with the project immediately.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor. Those are all my questions.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Flores.
Yes, thank you, Matt, and thank you, David. Thank you, Mayor. As to the question that Councilor Beta-Stuvey posed, David, it was my understanding that because of the price of lumber, that the design, that the project for the new animal service center was adjusted. I mean, I don't know if Councilor Beta-Stuvey had that in mind in posing her question, but there is a change in the architectural drawing insofar as the raised entryway, the roof, ceiling. So there was that change, David, and I'm not sure if I understood the councilor's question correctly, but there are some modifications that have to be made, such as that. Is that correct?
Mayor, Councilor Flores, for that particular project, yes, ma'am. I believe the question that Councilor Beta-Stuvey was asking on any other future projects as they come forward, are we anticipating any other projects coming before council for any adjustments?
Oh, I see. Just forthcoming, not already changed. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Clarification, David, and thank you, Councilor Beta-Stuvey. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Flores.
Then,
so did you order another laptop, Councilor Flores?
are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious. It's terrible.
You've got a good sense of humor.
No. So I asked Annette if she'd get you another laptop. It is terrible.
Yeah, Amber, why is my voice still crackling?
Yeah. Well, not your voice, it's the speaker. Something, your microphone, something is just not good. So.
Oh well.
Yeah. Okay. Might get a new laptop out of it. Okay, so if there's nothing further, Christine.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 21-169. Counselor Beta-Stuvi,
Yes.
Counselor Vasquez,
You're muted, Councilor Vasquez.
Yes, sorry about that.
Counselor Bencomo,
Yes.
Counselor Sorg,
Yes.
Counselor Flores,
Yes.
Counselor Gondeta,
Yes.
Mayor,
Yes. Okay, so now we're going to go to item 8.4, Resolution 21-170. Need a motion and a second.
Move to approve.
Second by Flores.
Motion made by Councilor Vasquez, second by Councilor Flores. And looks like Deanne Demouche will be discussing.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councilor. Leanne Demouche, Interim Finance Director. Today, we're going to be discussing our City Manager FY 21-22 adopted budget. Also joining me today will be Mr. David Cedillo, who is, as you know, our Public Works Director. So, Mayor, before we begin, Mr. Cedillo and I would very much appreciate if we could suspend the rules so that way David and I can present both of these resolutions, present them together, and then you can vote on them separately, sir.
This resolution and 21-171?
Yes, sir, please.
Okay. So I need a motion and a second to suspend the rules to discuss Resolution 21-170 and 21-171 concurrently.
So moved.
Second, Beta-Stuvi.
A motion made by Councilor Flores, second by Councilor Beta-Stuvi. Christine?
this is on the motion to suspend the rules to listen to Resolution 21-170 and 21-171 concurrently. Counselor Beta-Stuvi,
Yes.
Counselor Vasquez,
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo,
Yes.
Counselor Sorg,
Yes.
Counselor Flores,
Yes.
Counselor Gondeta,
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, so that there is a motion and a second still on Resolution 21-170. So go ahead, Leanne.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor, Council. I've shared my screen. Can you actually see the screen, full screen?
Yes.
Great. Okay, I'm getting Zoom, sir. About the time I get on Zoom, we're going to be back in front of you. Okay, so for today's meeting, I'm going to be going over, as you know, in the past, we've had 2 work sessions, maybe 3, I think 2 for sure. We've had individual meetings with all of the counselors, and I apologize, I have a little bit of a frog in my throat with the allergies and everything, so please excuse me. But what we're going to be showing you today is only the changes that we've made from the last work session, which was approximately about 4 weeks ago, 3 to 4 weeks ago, which was in April, actually on April 26th. So these are going to be the changes because the bulk of the budget was given to you during that time in the CIP as well. So moving, okay. Of course, going over our budget development, this is a repeat. Our city management guidelines, as you know, we had a 2.5% increase. We did cover all and any union negotiated contracts. We worked with HR very closely on that. We're requesting 3 new positions. As I mentioned in the work session, we actually have 6 part-time employees that are now going from part-time to full-time. So half-time extra equals 3 new positions, okay? We did have some reclasses. We only reclassed if the salary was less than 10%. I am showing an open salary savings of $5 million. As far as operating, of course, the departments were supposed to review their performance strategic results. We took Elevate Las Cruces and, of course, your new strategic plan under consideration. And we now have all of your council priorities all budgeted. And we'll be going over those in a few slides. Excuse me. This is our all city funds expenditures. As you can see, our budget now, the second column there is our FY 2022 adopted budget. We're now close to $500 million, 499.6. We have a little bit of a decrease in the general fund, and I'll go over and explain where that how that came about. Because if you'll remember in the work session, I explained to you that we were still going through the budget, still reviewing. As far as other operating funds, we have a little bit of an increase. This was mostly due to we transferred funding into the vehicle acquisition fund for additional vehicles for the police department. And those are all listed in the vehicle acquisition fund list of all the vehicles. We also put funding in there for one of the council priorities, which is the Villamor Dam. Under the special revenue, there were no changes. There were no changes to the debt service, the changes to the capital project funds. These were additional projects for the council priorities that we had, and some other some other capital projects that we found additional funds for. And then for the enterprise funds, we just see a little boost in the enterprise funds. Like I said, we've done some reconciliation. Under the enterprise funds, we had transit, airport, and utilities. So of course, during that month that we brought to council, we were still doing some reconciliation. In the internal services, there were no changes. And then trust and agency funds, I'm glad to report that all of the joint powers associations that we have, or joint power agreements that we have, all of these have gone through their boards, and we now have accepted resolutions for all of them that we will send to DFA, along with our resolution for today. Overall, this is just a graphic of our budget. Not much of this has changed. As you can see, our enterprise funds are always the largest. Then we have general fund and capital fund together. Then we have our internal services, trust, and agencies at 7%, debt service at 5%, and special revenue at 4% of our budget. So jumping into our general fund, as you can see, our general fund last year was $97.01 million. We are now at $111.6 million, which is a 15% increase. And if you will indulge me, at the last work session, if you'll remember, I talked about House Bill 479, which we're getting ready in the first council meeting for June. I hope to be bringing you 2 ordinances that deal with House Bill 479. Just to refresh your memory, House Bill 479 deregulated, or it actually took some of the GRT obligations that we have that are dedicated to street improvements and also for environmental services, and now unrestricted those funds. If Councilor Flores and the mayor will remember, I brought that forward to the Finance Select Committee, and we will, as I said earlier, will be bringing an ordinance for those. However, I do want to point out to council that even though we are unrestricting them, we are putting those funds towards those 2 dedications. The funding for those, for street improvements and environment, will just now come out of the general fund. So that's why you see an increase in the general fund is mostly due for that. And so here's our general fund. Our beginning balance went up just a little bit. As I said, we were doing some reconciliation. We went in and staff double-checked everybody's numbers. We made sure that everything was reconciled and balancing. And we did increase the projections just a little bit. We found that maybe some salary savings, and so we projected those. And so it did increase our proposed beginning balance just a little bit. And we now have a beginning balance estimated at 41.59 million. Our revenue remained the same, which is an 11% increase from last year. Of course, again, hate using this, but House Bill 479, not only do we bring in the expenses, but we also bring in the revenue for those two GRTs that are in the special revenue. So that does increase our revenues. Our expenditures are now at 111.6. Our transfers out are just 2% increase there for 19.46, which now gives us an ending balance of 24.7. Our required 2/12 reserve, we have one with the state and we have one with the local 1/12, so that our 2/12 is now 18.6 million. And so leaves us with an unreserved balance of about 6.1 million, which is very, considering last year, this is very good. We're starting the year off with a really positive note here. As far as the expenditure differences, as I mentioned earlier, the House Bill 479 was a big change for us in the general fund. Of course, we had a lot of reclasses of transfers that went to expenditures. If you remember at the work session, we talked about the Animal Service Center. We talked about the Metro and MRVDA. In the past, we had done them as a transfer. They're no longer transfers. We are expensing these because this is a commitment. We have an agreement with them, and it's a commitment, and it should be an expense to the city. We do have some new expenditures, and we went over those in the work session. As far as the council priorities, we did transfers from the general fund and from the hold harmless GRT, and we have a list of those in a few minutes, and I'll present those. And then, of course, some of the changes from the proposed to adopted. As I mentioned, we did a very somewhat robust reorganization, as you know, if you look at the reorg that's in the budget book as well. And so we were still doing a lot of the reorgs, moving money around from some sections were taken out of some departments. So I apologize, at the time that we did the work session, we were not at 100% of knowing exactly, the funding structure. So we do have it now, and that's what we're presenting to you today. And then again, we made some adjustments and some reconciliations. As I was going through the budget, I would note some changes that I saw. I found a couple of salaries that were double in the budget. We made all those adjustments. We tried to catch everything that we could. And of course, as always, we bring to council monthly budget adjustments. And so when needed, we can. So where our money comes from, as far none of this has changed. This is from just like at the work session that we had. Of course, our gross receipts tax is about 82.8 million. Property tax, 13.2 million. Excise and other taxes, this is mostly our franchise fees. Other revenue, about 10 million. Internet sales tax is a fixed amount. And so we receive 1.15 million every year. And as you can see, our gross receipts tax is our largest chunk of money that comes into the city at 73%. Property taxes being second, other revenue at 10%, and then franchise, excise, and other taxes and internet sales tax. I tried to, this one was a challenge by Councilor Gandara. I tried to change the departmental graph. I was trying to do where our budget reflects our community needs. So as you can see, the police department is 25% of our city budget, and the fire department is 15% of our city budget. And of course, they respond to emergencies and public safety. In here, we have the mobile integrated health program, and of course, crisis intervention. The recreation, which is mostly Parks and Rec, is 12% of our city budget. This is recreational education, after school and summer programs, recreation facilities, and of course, as Sonia Delgado will help me to emphasize, maintenance of all the parks and the facilities. Public Works is now 10% of our city budget. Quality of life is 7% of our city budget. And under here, we have individual and family enrichment, senior meals, recreation, cultural engagement, literacy, and education. City management, which of course includes budget and the city manager's office and a couple of other general fund that's under city management. Those are 9%. It's 9% of our city budget. And then community, I call this community growth, which actually is a combination of community development and economic development. And they are 7% of our city budget. And that, of course, covers affordable housing, community development, economic vitality, job creation, small business support. And then we have finance, which is 4% of our city budget. And I want to make a promise to council at this time with the continuing support of OpenGov that we're working on right now for our performance measures and working with our performance manager. We hope to have better information and better graphs for council in the future when we get this up and running, the OpenGov. Next, I wanted to just briefly cover the hold harmless fund summary because there's a change in the hold harmless. Mostly, if you'll notice, it is the transfers in and out. And this was mostly due to the council priorities that we budgeted. We used the hold harmless and made transfers out of the hold harmless to cover the additional requests for the council priorities. So as you can see, we still have a nice budget here. Of course, our beginning balance being about 4.59 million, revenue at 10.32, expenditures only 1.8 million, and then of course our transfers out, and we have an ending balance now of 2.74 million. Now, also, I'll ask David Cedillo if there's any questions later on with this. These are our council priorities. We only listed the ones that we actually funded. As you can see, the pavement condition index, we budgeted about $2 million. Well, not about, we budgeted $2 million. We budgeted this in the hold harmless GRT. That was part of the transfer that I showed to you earlier. La Casa maintenance, the art and cultural district improvements, the senior center kitchen equipment. Those came out of the general fund along with the airport operations, which is a reclass on a position. The Gallagher Park, we budgeted $150K for the hold harmless GRT. Chandler Tank Park Phase 2, we budgeted $625,000 out of the hold harmless. Of course, the social worker, which is in the Telstar fund, the mobile integrated health program, which was already budgeted in the general fund, along with the mobile crisis unit, the El Paseo corridor in Solano, and then we have the increase in the Villamora Dam Park, and for a total of about 4.4 million. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. David Cedillo to go over the capital improvement program.
Thank you, Leanne. Mayor and Council, good afternoon. David Cedillo, Public Works Director, and I'll be going over the capital improvements program. As Leanne mentioned, we are going over those changes that stemmed from our presentations at the work sessions, the latest one being April 26th. So I would still like to go over a few items, though, as part of the capital improvement program. So the CIP, or the capital improvement program, is part of the city charter, and it is the responsibility of the city manager to bring forth that, along with the budget, to council with a 5-year capital improvement program for approval by council. As we went through the process, we garnered the input from various areas. That being, next slide, please. City Council, the public, the departments, the city manager's office, or nonprofit organizations, infrastructure assessments, approved plans such as Elevate Las Cruces and the Active Transportation Plan, along with that available funding. Leanne did mention the reorganizational structure that the city went through. Next slide, please. And you will see those changes on the CIP as we went over those in the previous meeting. Again, as an example, you'll have departments such as quality of life and also the programs like Roadrunner Transit. Now with that, I'd like to go over those council priorities that were included on the CIP. Now, not all of council's priorities are listed in the CIP, as only those that are capital infrastructure are being placed on there. All others, such as the social worker or the airport as they relate to positions, are not listed in the CIP. As you can see with the amounts reported by Leanne Demouche in the earlier slides, we have the inclusion of funding in FY22 for Via Mora, the pavement condition index. We also have the business incubator in there as well, along with the arts and cultural district with Jardín de Esperanza and also La Casa maintenance. We also have Gallagher Park and Chandler Tank, along with the senior program kitchen equipment. Lastly, we also have, as a reminder, those legislative appropriations that are in the CIP but have yet to be accepted by City Council. We have 6 from 2020 legislative session and 7 from this year's 2021 legislative session. I won't read those individually as we've gone over those before, but they are listed there under the appropriate legislative year that they were approved by the legislature. Again, these still need to be brought forth to council for acceptance. Once they are accepted, they will be moved over to the funded column and included in the CIP as funded. And with that, both Leanne and I are available, and here are your council options. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Councilor Sorg, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did. Oh, thank you. Thank you for calling on me. I have a question for Leanne, and this has to do with revenue. Property tax revenue, as you list, is 12%. I was wondering if that is with or without the general obligation bond funding. Yes.
Mayor, Councilor Sorg, that's a great question, sir. Actually, that is without. The way that the general obligation bonds are set up, sir, is that the revenue goes straight into the fund where we have the capital projects are in, which is a 4. So the revenue goes straight into that fund, and then the expenditure comes straight out of that. So they're not commingled at all, sir.
I see. Okay, understood now. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Leanne and David. Leanne, I have a question. Can you go back to slide 2? Thank you. So I'm looking at budget development, and I'm looking at the salary and benefits, and then the second bullet is open salary savings, $5 million. Would you please explain to me what that means? Where?
Oh, go ahead, sir, ma'am. I'm sorry.
No. You know, where is that money sitting? Is it just sitting in a bank account yielding no interest, or what? Where's that money sitting? And
sure. It's in the Gil and Gabe Retirement Party Fund.
So Mayor, Councilor Flores, that's a really great question, Councilor Flores. About 2 years ago, it was when previous management was here, we started budgeting open positions. And as you know, we're as a city, we have around 1,700 positions, correct? So we're never going to be fully staffed. We're never going to be at 100% with no open positions, no vacancies whatsoever. Now, currently, right now, at this point in time, I will tell you, we have a vacancy rate right now for the whole city, about 16%. That is what that open position is. So what I was instructed to do was that number is the money that it is a positive towards the money that we might have spent, but we're not going to spend it. So what it does is it's in the expenditures as like expenditures show up as a negative number. So this number is like a positive number. So in other words, it would be money that we would have spent if all of the positions were filled. But what we're doing is we're saying that we're not going to fill all these positions. And at the end of the year, the savings that we're going to have from those open positions is about $5 million. And I will tell you, the first year that I did this, I had an open salary savings of $6 million. And we were right at $6 million. It was around $6.4 million. Last year, we had an open salary savings of $5 million, and we had probably close to about $6 million. And right now, we have an open, we'll probably end at the end of the fiscal year well over the $5 million, because due to COVID, we've had some vacancies and having issues filling positions. And so it is just something that is, it's like, as the mayor said, it's a little savings account that we put in there. And so what it does is it allows us to show what our open position savings would be.
Okay, so all that being said, Ms. Demush, you said that that amount reflects it's budgeting for open positions. You followed by saying that there's never going to be that we're never going to have it, what I wrote down was never going to be fully staffed. So why do we have all that money sitting there? And do we, so that's one question, but the follow-up on that, before you even answer, would be, we're growing as a city. We have a lot of things going on. It's wonderful, our economic development, the airport, we have, so as things are growing in certain departments, is that money going to be used to create the new positions that are needed? And so if we have a director in one of our departments saying, I need I need this kind of a person, that kind of a person, because of the rapid growth, will those $5 million be used for that or not? Or is that $5,000 just sitting there because?
So Mayor, Councilor Flores, think of it this way. So when you budget, we have budgeted every single position. Okay. So if we have budgeted every single position, but we have 16% of our positions that are vacant, that money is not being used. By having the open position savings, it will actually help us to free up those funds, so that way they can be used somewhere else until we get those positions filled. if we could also, the other way of doing this, and I'll actually ask, as far as new positions, that's something that Mr. Peely would have to respond to. But the other thing is that it allows us to, we have that money that's just sitting there in the budget, and sometimes our open positions can take several months to fill. And so instead of having that funding there, it sort of frees it up so that way we can use it somewhere else throughout the year. Because as I mentioned, sometimes it's very difficult to be fully staffed, for one whole year of our budget. I hope I'm explaining this well to you. I feel like I'm not.
Councilor, did you want to hear from Barbara De Leon as well? Because she had her hand up.
Well, sure, absolutely.
At least she had her hand up.
Well, but
There she is.
I did. And good afternoon, Mayor and Councilor Flores, Barbara De Leon, Chief Administrative Officer, for the record. Yes, I just wanted to jump in and reiterate a little bit of what Leanne said, maybe in a little bit different way. Councilor Flores, first of all, to your question, you asked if the salary savings would fund new positions. The answer is no, because that's a different process. As Leanne alluded to, new positions can only be approved by mayor and council through the city manager as part of the overall budget process, not as part of salary savings reallocation, if you will. The purpose of this line item is just to acknowledge the difference, as Leanne said, from a fully budgeted, from the 1,700 positions being fully budgeted and those that we know will always be in transition, if you will, vacant or in the process of being filled. Leanne noted it sometimes takes several months to fill a position. So again, we're going to budget all of our positions, but we know that some proportion of them will remain vacant as we are posting, interviewing, onboarding, et cetera. And yes, our current level of vacant positions is a little bit higher because during COVID, in many cases, we were only hiring positions that were deemed to be critical or essential due to difficulties with onboarding, and also the curtailed functions that we had with programs that we weren't able to launch during the pandemic. So, but we include this line item in the budget to be transparent about what the expectation is for our salary and benefits expenditures. And then we watch that very closely throughout the year to just understand if we are above or below that amount. I hope that helped with the information.
well, it does and it does. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but it still doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to me in the sense that we have money sitting there. And last time we looked at this, as Leanne pointed out, was $6 million was sitting there. Now it's $5 million. And she also stated, and if that's incorrect, please clarify that that those positions would never be filled. So why have positions that won't be filled? And okay, so I guess I'm just looking at how fast things are moving quickly in some areas, and how some departments might be needing more staff. Directors might be needing more staff, and that's why looking at this money just sitting there baffles me. And do I understand what you said? Yes. Dan said? Yes.
Let me try to explain it, because I'll talk councilese, because Leanne and Barbara, they're highly educated and they're very professional and they speak very well, but you know how we are on the council. So let's just look at it this way. So let's just say all 7 of us decide to try to join the Las Cruces Fire Department, right? Or the police department. And they have to budget. If they budget it, they budget, the 50,000 or whatever they budget for all of us. But let's say all of us, but maybe 2 flunk, maybe me and Gabe pass, and you guys all flunk. Okay, so that money is budgeted there. All right, and so it until the next fiscal year. And the reason why we'll never be at 100%, Councilor, is because we're lucky if we only lose 5% of employees to retirement. So 5% of 1,700 is like 80, 85 employees. So we'll never be able to chase that. We can never guess, because if we were to put more positions, then we're over budgeted. So that's why it's sitting there now. That money that's sitting there, that doesn't mean we can't touch it. But it just, what staff is saying is only council can authorize that. And then EFO, if EFO wants to hire some more positions, he comes to council and then we approve it. And that's what it is.
Okay.
So we can
So I'm talking to the wrong people. We should be talking to our employee, to Mr. Healy.
Yeah, what do you want to hire? Who do you want to hire?
Oh, gosh, if you only knew. No, there's nobody I want to hire. We've already hired our city manager. Now, okay, so you've explained it beautifully, Mayor. So have Leanne and Barbara. And I understand that it's salary savings and therefore it can't go to a new position. So my next question for Leanne or for Barbara is, so is this an accounting principle? Is that why it's done this way?
I would think so. But
Well,
Barbara or
one would think so, Mr. Mayor, but that's why I'm asking.
yeah, no, Barbara has her hand up.
Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilor Flores. If you're referring to GAAP or the government generally accepted accounting principles, it's not necessarily an accounting principle, it's a budget practice, I would say. Leanne mentioned that we started having this line item several years ago, specifically as an open salary savings, and she's correct. And it is most transparent, as I said, with respect to what our expectations are for what our salary and benefits are going to be.
So since this was the practice that was established, as Leanne said, by a former city manager, it's something that can be revisited.
It can be. Sorry, this is Barbara DeLeon again for the record. And we did discuss this as part of FY22 budget development. We went over this with Mr. Peely and the rest of the city management as far as what the practice was to make a determination about whether or not we would continue the practice, as we do with all of the assumptions of the budget, this just being one of them, because every year we can, of course, consider how we want to structure the budget, what we'd like to include and how we'd like to do it. And this was definitely one of the items we discussed. And I apologize. I see that Mr. Peely has his hand up, so I'll defer to him.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you. Assumptions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is Rifo. First of all, Councilor Flores, I had a similar question when I first came in. This is a little different. It's done different in different cities. At first, I was a little bit taken back by it because, to be honest, I've never done it that way before. And so we had a discussion about it, and I noticed some positives to it as it was presented. Oftentimes, you'll have salary savings regardless in any city, because you have to budget for the unfunded liabilities as well. So you have to fund for everyone taking the full extent of their benefits. You have to fund for all the positions, and so you're going to have savings every year in the salary. And so sometimes it's a little hidden in there. And the positive that I saw when I first came is that it does. You mentioned having it just sit there. What happens when you're not identifying it in the budget? It just sits there. So if you don't identify it, all that savings just sits in the budget, and it just you can't use it. In this way, what happens is it turns into a revenue source where you can use it. What it's not doing is it's not cutting. This is not a savings from positions that are being cut, right? And that's the other point I recognize. If I were to remove the salary savings and just cut down to what we expended on the average over the past 5 years, per se, in a sense, we would be cutting it. We would be cutting our budget and cutting our approved positions. And so I'd rather identify it. I'd rather throw it out there, show what's been saved over the years, until the point we are ready to, until we grow. and are able to fill those vacancies. But this, when we're requesting new positions, we're adding, we would add to the total amount of what's needed to be budgeted for those positions. And so, like I said, this, I went back and forth a little bit because I've never done it like this before, but there are some things that make it, in my opinion, a little bit more transparent than what I'm used to, and allows us to use that money that just sits there until we fill those vacancies. Now, I think the 5 million or 6 million, I'm assuming when that directive was given to identify it, it's because there were historically, they've seen the savings, and it was a pretty good prediction that you would continue to have this based on all kinds of factors, including just vacancies and turnover. And so I think they come up with an amount that's been an average over, I don't know, Leanne could probably give you that time period, but it seems like for the last couple of years, we've exceeded the salary savings. So we've identified 5 million, but we've been above that just because of turnover. I will say the majority of this comes from police because of every year, because of the turnover, because of the shortage. And I think, Leanne, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this year is none different. It's not different. We have the majority of that savings coming from police. So I just wanted to comment. I have looked at it, Council. I have questioned it, but I do think for now it's a good practice. We'll revisit it and take a look at how our city continues to grow. But currently, we have not limited positions based on salary savings. We have chosen not to grow as fast with personnel because of the uncertainty of the budget, and wanting to get an assessment of where we are relative to the revenue sources that are coming in for this upcoming year. But that's all. I don't know if there's any further questions for me, Councilor Flores, or anyone in the council.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Peely. So my follow-up on that would be, so as you know, because of the wonderful restructuring you did, I think we're seeing a lot of positive energy all around, and directors are able to pretty much run their departments, not run their departments, but direct their staff accordingly, with, so in the event, say for example, sustainability, if there was a need to, and I don't know, I mean, I haven't spoken with Lisa or anything like that, but just hypothetically, I'm just picking on Lisa here, or that department. Say Lisa needed a certain staff member or staff people, or would need people to staff her department. Would that position be created, and would some of those positions that haven't been filled qualify to make those positions, or are the existing positions that haven't been filled non-transferable, for lack of a better word, to another department?
Absolutely. So if there's a department that needs, and we have those vacancies, we can reclass. In fact, that's what we encourage this year because of the many vacancies that we have. So that's, again, that's one of the reasons I wanted to keep this open salary savings, is because, the savings mostly come from vacancies. And so it's really just the vacancies that are here. It's not because we've cut positions. And I feel like if we didn't identify it, we would be cutting. If we just cut down the budget size of our salary because we haven't spent it over the last so many years, that I feel like it would be cutting that budget, would be cutting those positions in a sense. But absolutely, if a department head came, we would look at it, and that's what we've done this year. We'd reclass. There's, as Leanne mentioned, there's several reclasses that have been taking place. But we wouldn't necessarily pull from this salary savings. We look at our budget, and we'd assess what department needed that, and find ways to fill it, whether it's through their vacancies, whether it's through this salary savings component, or it's whether through fund balance. When we look at personnel, to me, that's probably the most important place to look in the budget when you're talking about adding personnel, even certainly more than any one-time expense. Our employees are our biggest assets, as we know. But when we commit to an employee, we gotta remember that we're committing the city to a 30-year expense that continually grows as far as pay increases and benefits. And so we want to match ongoing expenses with ongoing revenue. And so that's one that we really take a look at, is that the revenue source has to come from potential ongoing revenue and not one-time revenue.
Okay, so those reclasses, Mr. Ifo, would come out of the, would fall into that category of those unfilled vacancies?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so that makes.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Peely, and thank you, Ms. De Leon, Ms. DeMouche, and Mayor Miyashima.
Thanks, Councilor. Barbara, did you have a further comment, or forget to put your hand down? I forgot to put your hand down. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it.
No problem. Thanks, Ifo. Anything else, Councilor Flores?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so it looks like next is my firefighter cadet graduate buddy, Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that. And thank you, staff as well, for presenting us this final budget. I know we've discussed it quite a bit leading up to our vote today, but do want to say how proud I continue to be of our staff for putting together, I think, one of the most comprehensive and sound budgets that carry us into this next year, but obviously with a lot of attention to being able to backfill positions as needed and supporting council's priorities, I believe, in this budget now more than ever. This is probably the most ownership of in terms of the input that council has had during various steps of the budgeting process. And so I have to really thank Ifo and Leanne for that, shaping what the budget discussion looks like under your leadership, Ifo. I really do appreciate more opportunities for engagement and influence. Lastly, I just want to say thank you for the increase in the Villamora Dam project budget. I think $250,000 in addition to the capital outlay money that we have existing, which I believe is about 170,000 or so. That should be more than enough money to get us to the design phase that Public Works and Parks have said is necessary before moving forward until we can actually get our residents to use this space. And so I appreciate the commitment on the part of EFO and other staff to get this park done as soon as possible, obviously with a sound plan, but I think this $250,000 in additional budget money based off of our previous discussion helps us get to the plan that we need to get there. I did just ask for one more thing, and this is germane to the budget, but maybe not included in the budget. And that is, I would love to get a sign up at the corner of Villamora Dam on Treviso and Madrid, perhaps on both corners, that says future home of Villamora Dam Park. Because if we're not going to open it temporarily, I want to know that it's coming, and I want us as counselors and staff to really to make sure that we're paying attention and that we're holding each other accountable to getting this park open. Again, the largest urban open space in the city, I think has tremendous opportunity to benefit a multitude of people, not just neighborhood folks, but anyone who uses the Traverse Path or wants a natural place to run that's not out on BLM land or in our national monument. They will really, really enjoy this park. So if we could get a sign up, that makes us beholden to our constituents that the park is coming. So I would love to have that. And then secondly, I did have a question here just around the ARPA funds. You know, if we do end up, or when we, I should say, end up getting $25 perhaps $1 million worth of federal to the city. Leanne, wondering if you could take me through how that affects and impacts our existing budget and CIP once we get that infusion of capital to be able to spend on needs for our community, and what that process will look like in terms of our amending our approved budget.
Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, great question. I don't have all of the answers. However, I will tell you that there is going to be, sorry, I'm looking at my calendar. There is going to be a work session on June the 14th. I will tell you because myself and Amy Basford, of course, with the two assistant city managers, Ikani and Eric, we have put together two teams. One is for external and one is for internal funding. We should, if we haven't already, received our first check, which is approximately half of the funding, which we will be getting. I don't have the exact amount in front of me, but it's around 24.7 million. I can get that number to you, but these two groups are meeting, and actually I see Amy's hand up. She may have the exact amount, so let me see.
Thank you, Leanne.
Amy?
Sorry, Mayor, I couldn't find my mute button. Thank you, Mayor, Councilor Vasquez. This is Amy Johnson Basford for the record. So the exact amount that we will be receiving is $24,759,826. The first tranche of money, which we expect this week, it'll take, I believe we processed everything last Thursday. It'll take 5 to 7 days, business days to receive that, is $12,379,913. And to answer your question as how that will affect the budget is that will be taken into the budget as a grant. So it will come before you in the usual grant adjustment. I expect the first tranche to be before you in the June grants budget adjustment. However, remember that we have 4 years to spend this, so we don't have to have decisions immediately on how we spend it all. It will be invested through our treasurer's office and available for when council decides on how we will disperse that funding to our community. Hope that helps answer the question.
Thank you. Thank you, Amy, and thank you, Leanne. Well, those are my questions. My only other comment on ARPA is that I would really love to have both a community-driven discussion as well as a council-driven discussion of how these funds are spent, considering, I think, the flexibility that the city has in spending these dollars. I think we just really need to infuse our community in a very strategic and surgical way to impact those people, those neighborhoods, and those communities most impacted by COVID in a way that is restorative and that increases economic opportunity for people of all different classes in our city. So look forward to that discussion. Look forward to having that investment, hopefully pay for some of these projects that we've been talking about for a long time. And thank you again. I think this is a wonderful product. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor. And probably maybe speaking out of turn here, but I would think that this special money from the federal government does not have to conform to the anti-donation clause, because it's a special set of money to be used for a certain way, and probably gives us a lot of flexibility. Amy, did you have another comment?
Thank you, Mayor. Amy Johnson Basford, Grants Administrator. Just to respond to your question, Mayor, it does not apply to the Anti-Donation Act. according to, because it is all federal money. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Mhm.
And now we go to Councilor Beta-Stuvey. Councilor Flores, I think you have your hand up still.
Yeah, I'll take it down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Leanne, and to your team, and to our city manager, Mr. Peely, for all the involvement that we've been able to do with this budget this year. It really, last year coming on, very new to the process, and I felt that we were able to give a lot more input, and I really appreciated that. With that in mind, I only have one comment and one quick question. Leanne, I noticed for the mobile crisis unit, it looked like it was listed under your the fire department and not police, if that is correct. And I'm wondering if that is due to the nature of just how it's going to be planned. Obviously, it's going to have close involvement, I think, with our police department too. So just curious on the decision on placing it within fire.
Mayor, Councilor Stuvey, great question. I apologize. I was trying to get that box and that arrow split with blue and red. And of course, our ACM, Eric and Rick has made for sure that fire was fire engine red on this chart. But it is split down the middle. If you'll notice, I tried to put it right there on the line. So it is under the crisis intervention is under the police department. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that. And just a comment, I think from Councilor Flores' questions, just making sure, I know that it's quite a fine line balancing those cost savings with making sure that we don't have any sort of interruptions or gaps in service when it comes to hiring and employment. And so I know that's a fine balance and making sure that we're still meeting the needs of the community. That's something it looks like you guys are already talking about, considering. And so I appreciate that as well. So thank you. And thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Leanne, David, EVO staff. I really appreciate the way you have outlined, particularly there, the budget reflects community needs. This is fantastic, and I appreciate the promise, Leanne, that you've made to us. And I also can appreciate Councilor Vasquez's suggestion, prompting about the use of the signs in terms of holding us accountable and letting the public know where their tax-paying dollars are going, not only for the GeoBond work, but also for the work that we will be conducting this budget cycle. So appreciate that. And would agree that those signs need to be up at all the various locations that we'll be doing work. I wanted to just comment on the alarming statistic of 50% vacancies. I'm really concerned about that because a lot of times, I'm in agreement with Councilor Beta-Stuvey and Councilor Flores that we don't want for there be an interruption in work quality. And I imagine, Leanne, that you have where the NHR has, where those vacancies are. And so I think about, and I don't know where they're at. So I'd like to know that. And I don't know that you have the answer to that question now. But that's something that's super concerning to me.
So Mayor, Councilor Gondeta, we actually run after every payroll, we run a vacancy report, HR does, and their management analyst, she's just excellent. Melanie Tejas is her name, and I work very closely with her. And so she sends me this report, and then I do have an analysis that I run. We're actually, the last time I ran this, and actually I got a vacancy report today, and I have not run the analysis on it today, and I apologize. I have that information, and if you'd like, I can send it to you.
That would be real.
Overall, our city, and that includes all the JPAs as well, our vacancy rate right now is at 16%.
Sorry, I misheard that. Okay. Yeah. So that would be helpful. And I'm really interested in sort of the recruitment and retention, the issues that I continue to hear related to how long it takes, HR to post, to hire. Those are things that I've been talking, those are areas where I've been talking to EFO about. And, I just received last week, very specifically, an email related to the Animal Services Center and how long it's taking. So I really feel that we need to continue to look at that and really strategize about how we're going to reduce that vacancy rate. I realize as a former administrator that we're never going to be at zero just because of attrition. I understand that. But I worry about departments like public safety, LCPD, or fire, and those areas that are essential, right, to continuing the work that's so important. So if we can, that Leanne would be appreciative in terms of giving me that, and then being able to have a public conversation, I think is going to be really important, related to how we fix this moving forward. And then on the streets, the programs, the identified $2 million, a little over $2 million. What is the plan, and what streets will be affected? And I'm especially concerned about our areas, especially in the older parts of town that have never received a chip seal or, just any rehab work, and hearing, from Public Works that maybe some of that is because if it does get done, we have to look at replacing, water, sewer lines, and I'm afraid that some of my streets have been passed over related to that. So what is the plan? Which streets will be affected? Can that be answered today?
Mayor,
Sorry.
Mary, great. I was going to call on David. Sorry, David.
No, you're fine, Leanne. Good afternoon, Mayor, Councilor Gondara, David Cedillo, Public Works Director, for the record. We do have a list of streets that we came up with that would receive a pavement replacement that would equate to $2 million. Leanne, would you scroll down? I believe we have that slide further down. This is a list, Councilor Gondara, on the streets that would be due for that. So we did. Thank you, Leanne. Here is the list of streets based on their PCI number that we took that would be eligible for those pavement replacements that would equate to those $2 million. This would include the removal of the complete layer of asphalt, also some ADA improvements with ADA ramps at the corners of these streets as they intersect through the blocks. So these are the streets that do not have any conflicts with utilities. This is what we are estimating and moving forward as the plan to use those $2 million for.
Okay, I see some areas that in my part of town that really need some work. And Mayor, I don't know how to address this other than I'll just keep harping every regular council meeting about it. I don't, David, do you have a plan or, an idea of when the plan will come to council related to those areas that will require replacement of utilities and such? And what might that list be and how lengthy that list will be?
Mayor, Councilor Gondara, David Cedillo for the record. Yes, that is a great question. We're working with our utilities department to come up with those lists on their infrastructure assessments to overlap these. We do have those, but planning those out in the future, that's what we're working on to bring forth as we continue to move forward. As Leanne had mentioned, we do have, this increase, hopefully to be a perpetual increase as we move through the years. This will help us get some of those red streets out of those numbers and bring them up in classification with the PCI. So as we move forward, that's what we're looking towards to coordinate with utilities to address also those streets that do need rehab for utilities.
Okay, thank you, David. Those are all the questions that I have at this point, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I get to Councilor Sorg, just wanted to kind of circle back, Mayor Pro Tem, on one of your concerns on public safety and the fact that it's a challenge right now to fill some of those positions, right? And so I wonder if, and I know that many times Las Cruces Police Department they'll set aside so many to graduate from, and I was saying it facetiously, when I went about graduating from the academy, and because it's not easy, and so they'll have so many positions there, and then only so many can graduate, and I know that some of the other communities in New Mexico are starting, and I saw an ad for Hobbs where they are just really raising the starting salary of officers, because every department in probably the United States is having a difficult time in hiring police officers. So is that something you would possibly consider, and that is maybe shift some of the positions, and instead of filling those, since they're not being filled anyways, and maybe using that savings and look at maybe increasing the starting salary of cadets a bit?
– Sure.
Police and
I'll go with it.
So let me ask the chief if he wants to comment on that, Chief Dominguez and then Chief Smith.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Police Chief Miguel Dominguez here for the record. So we've been working on this for a while already. To your point, Hobbs and other agencies have been putting a lot of money into their bonuses for hiring and retention. We're looking at this. As a matter of fact, I was speaking with Mr. Peely about this morning, and he is fully supportive of a plan that we're still working on, but we will be presenting it here very shortly. We have increased our cadet pay and our first-year officer pay by about $1 an hour. And then we increased our hiring bonus already from $3,000 to $4,000 for a hiring bonus. But that pales in comparison to some of the other agencies that are offering tens and $20,000 to hire qualified personnel. But we definitely are looking at putting together a plan to produce to city managers so we can look it over, and anything that we can do to hire qualified officers is a plus for us. We currently are at about 150 officers of our 202 authorized strength. So we are extremely low. As you know, Mayor, you've mentioned in the past that it's approximately 2 officers per every 1,000 residents. And that equates, right now we're about at 1.45, 1.50 officers per 1,000. So services have definitely, or proactive services have definitely been impacted by the shortage, and officers are feeling the strain of mandated overtime, to your point.
Thanks, Chief. And I noticed, if you recall, I'm sure you do, in council, a few months ago, we recognized 3 of your officers that live in El Paso. And I noticed that you were recruiting in El Paso, probably because, you've done quite a bit of recruiting in Las Cruces. I mean, it's to the point where we're having to recruit in El Paso. And so I'm thinking this is to my colleagues, I'm thinking that, and I'm fully supportive of the take-home car policy, but I'm thinking that maybe, we may really want to look at that, and then when the Chief Dominguez and Chief Smith, if he has a plan as well, brings that back to council, that we look favorable on that. Because, I think you're all seeing it. We're getting emails from residents. There's people constantly speeding throughout the streets, and it's just tough. As you can tell, we're understaffed there in the police department, and as are several other departments around the state and the country. So thanks, Chief. I appreciate those comments. Councilor Sword.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. I have to comment on Councilor Vasquez's mentioning the signs again. I wanted to say that the geo signs that they have around the city, they sent us photos of them. They look great. They're awesome. But I believe that we should always have a sign where the city spends public money, no matter how it's spent, where the money comes from, if it's public money. That includes future projects too. If the city council approves of a project somewhere in the city, I think within a reasonable amount of time, there should be a sign put up at that spot where that project's going to be built. It's a lot of signage, I know, but I really think it's good publicity so people know where their money is going. Simple as that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor. The city used to do that several years ago when we would be building projects, and I thought that was a good practice.
Yeah, that was the hold harmless monies that we got. So those projects that were paid for by the hold harmless GRT.
Yeah, and it was throughout the city, and it was a nice accolade for the public to know exactly what was being built and how much was being spent. So I support that. Okay, if there's no further questions, we'll go to resolution. We're going to vote on resolution 21-170. So it's been moved in second. So Christine?
This is on the motion to approve resolution 21-170. Councilor Beta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, now we're at 8.5, resolution 21-171. I need a motion and a second.
So moved to Beta-Stuvey?
Second by
I'm sorry, second by,
Flores.
can't hear with that muffled, all that crackling.
Flores.
Yeah, I know, I heard you now. All right, so it's been moved to second. Any questions on this? This is one where we suspended the rules and had discussion on this. Okay, if there's no questions, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve resolution 21-171. Councilor Beta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, 8.6, resolution 21-172.
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second by Flores.
Okay. Motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Flores. And Karen Byram will be discussing. Well, at least it says Karen. Maybe it wasn't Karen. Is that going to be you, Alfredo?
Sir, I can. Karen was supposed to do that, but I'll step in.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute. She's on the meeting. Let's see here. Karen, are you there?
Let me check on it real quick.
Oh, okay, there you are. I think you're muted, Karen. Oh, you muted yourself again. There, okay, you're good. Well, I can't hear you. Try the other way. Oh, I think I might hear that now. No, still can't hear you. No, no. No, sorry, can't hear you. Okay, so who's our backup?
Sir, I'll do this. Hold on one second. Let me try and pull up that presentation. Okay, I'm going to start sharing my screen. Let me know when it comes up.
Okay. Not yet. Okay. There you go. I think you hit the F5. Is that where you hit F5 at, Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
No, that's right. We're good.
Okay, so thank you, Mayor, Council. Here to discuss the accounts receivable write-offs.
Alfredo, I just need you to state your name again, please.
Pardon me, my sincere apologies. Alfredo Pacheco, Deputy Director of Finance, and also Interim Treasurer when Karen departs. But thank you so much for your time and attention, Mayor, Council. So the background, Mexico statute gives City Council authority to write off receivables. The receivables are uncollectible for more than 4 years, or for those receivables that are uncollectible for more than 4 years. The write-off does not affect revenues or expenses, and the debt is not extinguished. The write-offs that are affected are utilities, general billing, Safe Traffic Operations Program, or STOP, and the library. So the utility billing write-offs going for, pardon me, let me change. Pardon me, if I could, Barbara De Leon has her hand up. If I could
Sure.
for a second.
Yeah, Barbara?
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mayor. Barbara De Leon for the record. I just want to let you know I have Karen Byram here with me. And if you like, she can continue the presentation at this point. Alfredo, if that's all right, and with you as well.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Mayor, Councilors. Sorry for the technical difficulties. For these write-offs, this is the annual write-off resolution, as I'm sure Alfredo mentioned. The utilities write-offs were prepared by utilities. We're doing all 2015 this year. As you can see, their percentage of write-offs is down considerably, and the amount that they're doing is also about half of what it's been. So they've been doing really great on their collections. Some of that is attributable to they hired they contracted with a collections person who has done a great job with collecting for this stuff. Oh boy, where is her? Alfredo, can you please change the screen? Thank you. This is a graph of the write-offs by year. As again, you can see that it's been going down nicely. So utilities has been showing improvement every year. Thank you. General billing is including all the types of billings that include like damages, some utilities, the things that are not common and are not regular billed utilities. You can see last year we had a large increase, a spike for an unusually large write-off, but this year they're back down to a good percentage. We too have used the services of the collections person, and you can see that reflected in our lower write-offs. This is a pie chart showing you the different kinds of general billings that we have uncollected. There's 39% of your leases, $22,000 worth of damages. We have a small amount of gas line damage. The others are mostly other kinds of damages and miscellaneous. Mostly there is a variety of the ones, and some of them are in the airports, transit, roll-off containers. The STOP program, as Alfredo was starting to tell you, the Safe Traffic Operations Program is being requested for being written off. This was finally billed in, or had decisions made in 2015. And that is why I am bringing it to council this year versus in previous years, because this way we can make sure that the 4-year elapsed time as required by the state statutes has been met. There was a history of the STOP program, whereas it started in 2008 and we finally stopped collecting activities in 2014 and 2015. There was not a list of all the people that owed money. That list was maintained and monitored and collected on by a company called Red Flex, and their contract was stopped in 2014. And as you can see, we have been showing the net balance on the financials as 0 since then. But in the meantime, we would like to take the $3 million and just take it off the books as is good accounting practice and is best practice. For the library, they're requesting that $25,000 is being written off. You can see the breakdown, 256 patrons. A lot of the patrons owed less than $50. There were a few that owed over $500, but this is an improvement from previous write-offs where there was no patrons that owed money over $750. And these are your options, and I stand available for questions.
So I have a few questions, if waiting for my colleagues to see if they have any first. So let's go to utilities, Karen. These people who owe utilities amounts, I take it that they moved, they no longer live in the city. And if they did live in the city, would we deny them services until they make good on it, or at least enter into some type of a payment plan?
I would like to defer this question to a member from utilities.
Thank you, Karen. Delilah Walsh, Utilities Director, for the record. And Mr. Mayor, you are correct. We do track those, and when a customer applies for new service, they do have to resolve their delinquency with us prior to starting new or additional services. In some cases, we do work out payment plans, and others we can use assistance funds to help get them there, but you are correct in that we do not start new services without resolving past due balances.
So is it fair to say that this 183,000 represents people who have moved away?
Yes, sir. I think it's fair to say it truly is uncollectible. We've extended every effort possible to collect those funds.
So I have to admit, and I think the person that Karen was talking about is Vic Ortiz. In fact, the council may remember that probably in his first 2 or 3 months, starting with the city, I gave him a certificate for the amount of money he collected. And I used to think, okay, we won't have these huge multi-million-dollar write-offs anymore because this guy can collect. Are you saying that Vic has tried to collect on all these accounts? The stop, that's $3 million of stop money, and then your 183,000. He's tried to collect those, and he wasn't able to do that.
Mr. Mayor, Delilah again for the record. I'll defer that to Karen, as that's a general billing effort.
Mr. Mayor, this is Karen again. He has tried to collect on more recent billings. He was collecting a little bit on some of those very old ones, but after they reach a certain age, people change phone numbers, people change addresses, and he has not been able to follow up with a lot of them. On the STOP program, that $3 million worth, we did not have a list of
Have a good one.
fines. So we're not able to give him a list to collect on. He was not able to make any collections on those.
So, okay, so we have no list, huh? No.
Mayor, not only is there no list, but per records from some people that were active during the time, they had decided not to follow up on some of these collections because there were no good ways to encourage the people that were fined to pay them. There were only civil fines that could be given. They couldn't have anything put on their record. They couldn't have really any ramifications for not paying. They had a hearings officer and that was often saying, well, we can't collect. So it was decided back at that time, in addition to the fact that Red Flex, the company, was not doing or not able to collect on these as well, to just not put the time and effort into the collecting these at the time. And again, they are old, so a lot of people have moved. Some of them were for people that were out of state, and it's been on the books for $3 million for all the last 4 or 5 years.
So, okay, well, I appreciate that, Karen. So let me ask you this. Are we under a certain amount of time that we have to write it off? Like, for example, could this be, let's just say hypothetically, let's say we tabled it for 2 or 3 months, okay? And let Vic try to collect, and let's just say he's able to collect $1 million. I mean, earlier you saw a report where we're 2 million shy on fixing our roads. Can you imagine if he collected $1 million and we fixed some roads? Are we on a timeline that we have to write this off, or can we write this off 3 months from now?
Mayor, we should write this off in the current fiscal year. And also, writing these receivable amounts off does not mean that we cannot still try to collect on them. It just means that they're not reflected on our accounting records. But yes, if he had information on this, he could certainly try to collect on them.
Okay, so you're saying if we do write him off today, that doesn't mean he can't go and try to collect it. And all right, well, I think that's kind of an interesting idea. Let's use it towards whatever he collects. Let's use it towards because these departments. Okay, now Delilah wants her money now. Now that she hears I'm going to put Vic on there. So
thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to affirm what Karen just did to you. With utilities, we still maintain that record and we still attempt to collect when new services come. As Karen mentioned, it's only a statement of assets, and accounts receivable is an asset, and that's why you want to write it off your books so you're not misstating your assets. But same as with general billing, we still continue collections and go back through that history even if the debt is written off.
Okay, but it sounds like the stop money was definitely something that, since Red Flex, we're no longer with them anymore. So are you saying, if I remember correctly, Karen, Red Flex only collected it based on what we collect. And so if they are basically, I don't know if they're still in business, but are you saying that if we theoretically collect money, we don't really owe Red Flex anymore?
Mayor, I'm not totally sure if we would owe them any money, but I believe if we collect money, it is my personal opinion that we would not owe Red Flex any money.
Okay. Okay, well, maybe we'll write a petition and ask EFO to put Vic on this, and whatever money he gathers from the stop goes to road maintenance. It'd be kind of interesting. All right, good. Oh, that's the only question I had. If there's nothing further, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 21-172. Councilor Beta-Stuvi,
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez,
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo,
Yes.
Councilor Soar,
Yes.
Councilor Flores,
Yes.
Councilor Gondara,
Oh, you know what? She's having trouble with the computer. She got kicked off, and Adrian, if you see her calling in, she's trying to call in. So,
okay, I'll put her down as absent for this vote.
all right.
And then Mayor.
Yes. Okay, so next is item 8.7, Resolution 21-173.
Move to approve.
Second.
Second by Flores.
Okay, it's been moved to second. Motion by Councilor Sorek, second by Councilor Flores. Looks like Eric Martin, is going to be discussing.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Eric Martin, Facilities Management Administrator with the City Manager's Office. What I have before you is a resolution to name our facilities hallway in the back area there, Angel's Wing. Angel Benavente was our previous building operations and services supervisor there at City Hall. He native to this area. He was raised in Hatch and a graduate of Hatch High School. Very athletic and excelled in football and sports. His professional experiences before he came to the city of Las Cruces included managing restaurants as well as being a mortgage broker. He started with the city in 2008, initially started as a temp. He did stints in utilities customer service, gas and field services, and then we had the opportunity to hire him and place him over in facilities management. He started as one of our building maintenance services representatives and then quickly moved up to be the building operations and services supervisor. He was instrumental in getting a lot of the projects that you've seen done, both in City Hall and outside of City Hall, especially the smaller scale projects. The lactation room that we have there in the break room was one of those. Also participated at the HR suite, addressing citizen concerns with ADA at the aquatic center outside, working to get carpet replaced throughout City Hall. The AV or audio visual improvements that you see in conference rooms, A, B, and C in the computer training room. He was instrumental in getting that all in place, and also was a key person that we had on our team to help with all of the reorganizations and other things that we went through, as well as relocating workstations and modifying the same. And there are a lot of other things, of course, that he worked on. And so these are just some sample images of the projects that he was involved with. Also, you can see in the lower left-hand corner, he helped get that media location placed there in City Council chambers, along with adding additional ADA seating to accommodate citizen requests. The reason we want to do this is that, unfortunately, he passed away on November 5th of 2020, last fall, due to complications related to the COVID-19 pandemic. We wanted to recognize his professionalism, his approach to customer service. He exemplified the kind of person that we wanted to have as the front-facing person for facilities in terms of meeting with our customers, getting things done. He always had a smile on his face, that can-do attitude that, hey, yep, we can do it or we'll find a way. And he also had a lot of knowledge related to the city and its processes, and he was able to be counted on to come through even in a pinch. So we would place a small plaque there at City Hall in our facilities management hallway, and we would call it Angel's Wing. And with that, I'll be glad to stand for any questions.
Very good, Eric. Very, very nice gesture and very well deserved. He served the city well, and I'm sorry that he passed on. Questions from council? Councilor Beta-Stuvi.
Thank you, Mayor. Not a question, but just wanted to express my sincere condolences to not only Mr. family, but also to the coworkers and employees that got to know him well. I unfortunately never got a chance to meet him, but from what I've heard from other staff, he was very well respected, and I am glad we are able to have a chance to honor his legacy here. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Very well said. Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, similarly to Councilor Bitastuvi, I also did not have the pleasure of meeting him. And though, you know, a few months ago we had our second leg of our public works tour, and we certainly heard about Mr. Benavides. I think this is a really wonderful resolution. I really thank the staff and his family for bringing it forth. Of course, be supporting this. I am curious if you can just walk us through how you landed on the name. I actually had a constituent reach out, also very happy seeing this on the agenda, and they were wondering why the name wasn't a little bit more formal, like the Angel Benavides wing. I personally love it. I think it's incredible, but I did want to raise the issue and the question, apologies, and I'm curious how you all landed on that name and if family and friends were part of that process.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, yes, my understanding is that in combination between family and city staff, his first name being Angel, but a lot of people also called him Angel. And of course, we have a hallway, and normally we call those hallway wings. And as you can see, Angel's wing just kind of did.
Yeah, I thought so, Eric. Thank you. I think it's very beautiful and an important honor. So I thank you all for bringing this forth. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Good question. Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I just want to say I'm in full support of this and thank the service that Mr. Benavente and his family have provided, because we know whenever you have a job like this, it's really a whole family that it takes to support somebody's terrific work at the city, which oftentimes is after hours, I'm sure, when it comes to this type of work. And so fully support this. And if the family or friends of Mr. Benavente are watching, hope that this does him some justice, and would look forward to additional feedback from his loved ones and friends and coworkers on making sure, as Councilor Bencomo mentioned, that this is an appropriate way to memorialize his work for the city of Las Cruces. Thank you, Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Okay, well, thank you, Eric, and to the family. It was an honor working with Angel, and he did a great job for the city. And this will forever be there in City Hall. You know, probably a good another 50 years or so, City Hall will be there. So.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's nothing further, Christine.
This is on the motion to approve resolution 21-173. Councilor Betastubi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Absolutely, yes. Thank you.
Councilor Flores?
Yes, thank you.
Councilor Gondera? Is she still off?
I think so.
Okay, I'll put her as absent, and Mayor.
Yes. Okay, next item, 8.8, resolution 21-174.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Betastuvi. Rob Cabello, Deputy City Attorney, will discuss.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. This is Robert Cabello again. I will be presenting the resolution in support of a TNR presentation, the Trap Neuter Return Program. Let's see, I'm going to share my screen. And okay,
Not yet.
I apologize. It's not working. Can everybody see my screen?
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
There it goes.
Okay.
Oh, Oh, yeah, go back there.
Can you not see it?
Well, we can, but you missed the presentation, went right to council options, unless that was your.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. So.
Unless you're trying to go for the world's council's quickest presentation.
No. Okay. So the purpose of this resolution is to have it's a resolution in support of the trap, neuter, and return program to deal with feral cats. And the purpose of the trap, neuter, return program is it's a humane alternative to just euthanasia. Last year, the Animal Service Center of Mesilla Valley euthanized 321 cats. That's a cost about $50 per cat. That's not including the cost of licensure and training to do that procedure under the state law. And let's see. So the trap, neuter, return program, it works like this. It consists of live trapping the cats, spay or neutering them, and then identifying them by ear tipping. Ear tipping is the process where they cut a small sliver during the anesthesia process for the neutering or the spaying process. They cut a small sliver of the ear to make sure that this notifies the public or people, personnel from the Animal Service Center, animal control officers, that this cat has been spayed and neutered. It also provides for the vaccination of them and returning them to the area where they were trapped. Not necessarily a specific spot, but around the area. And then it must work with a community cat policy. A community cat policy is essentially a policy that allows a caretaker to care for a community of cats, but it requires them to not only provide care, like provisions like food and shelter and water, but provide vaccination, sterilization, and then it also requires this pursuit for a permanent settlement for this cat, if possible. And then it also, this program, and what I'm saying is, and I probably should go back, the TNR program that's being proposed, it's under development, came under development over some time by the Animal Care Task Service Committee, the Animal Care Task Force, sorry. And these provisions, so these provisions actually went through a deep process of review before they came to just doing TNR. So going back, this TNR process that's proposed provides for humane care, for humane cat repellents. Essentially, obviously, it addresses the part of the community that doesn't want feral cats near their homes. And so these sort of affordable cat repellents are things like sonic devices, motion-activated water devices, scent repellents, things that would make a cat not want to be in a certain area, but doesn't harm the cat. This policy also includes a four-strike policy. Essentially, it requires the cat to be requires the cat to be either sent to a rescue organization, kept within an enclosed colony, placed with a barn or shop cat programs for adoption, or euthanized after a 4 strikes, meaning that after a period of 12 months and a cat's been captured 4 times, then this becomes a requirement. So it gives options for the animal service centers and animal control officers to deal with this cat, not just euthanasia itself. And then also the TNR program that's under development prohibits the return of cats to certain areas for the health, safety, environmental concerns. And so what it does is it prohibits cats being returned 150 feet from a daycare center, a public school or private school, a nursing care facility, or any type of other care facility, any park or city-owned facility or leased property. It also prevents the return of the cats to a half a mile within the Rio Grande. This is to protect sort of the environmental aspects of, feral cats may be preying upon certain species that are indigenous to the area. Also, it prohibits the return of the cats to 150 feet within the designated natural or unchannelized arroyos, unless we're close with a cat colony. And with that, before I go to the options, I'll say this. I know that I believe, I'll check, Clinton Thacker should be online from the Animal Service Center, and I believe there's a number of people from the Animal Task Force, and so for questions, but these are the council options, and I'll open up to questions.
Thank you, Rob. We have Councilor Sorg, Vasquez, and Abeta Stuvia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and also thank you, Roberta, on that presentation. I don't know if you mentioned it. I didn't hear it. I don't think that we do have a TNR program right now. It talks about community cats, but this is just a change. I'm assuming it's a change in the way the TNR is done. Then is that right, Mr. Cabello?
Okay. Mayor and Councilor Sorg, we did have a trap neuter return program. However, there was a sunset provision put in there. So as of January 1st, 2020, that was no longer the case. So this, because that was put on there on purpose for a trap neuter, a sunset provision put on that until a more a revision of the Chapter 7, which includes animal care, or animal ordinances, which includes more than just the trap, neuter, and return programs for cats, involves dogs and various things about dogs, cats, and livestock. So I think that was the reason why it was put in there. I think it was also just to test the trap, neuter, return program. But because no change had been made, we had not adopted any permanent solution with the TNR. The sunset law came into effect, and so we didn't have a program in 2020. Hence, when I mentioned earlier at the beginning, back in 2020, the Animal Service Center of the Sea Valley euthanized 321 cats.
Okay. I'm a little annoyed at the information that was provided for this item on the agenda, that the cat kills cost $50 per cat, but it doesn't say how much it costs to TNR a cat. And I have, from past experience on this, know that the cost to TNR is more than $50 per cat. So it's not a good argument to make. There's other good reasons you might want to bring forth for a TNR program such as this. But for me, cats are called, our scientific name is Felis catus. They are domesticated animals. They are not wild animals to run free. I consider them the same as having a dog run free through the city. So for me, I don't believe that they should be turned loose in our city like we don't let dogs go run loose in the city either. So I'm going to vote against this unless you can persuade me otherwise. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Before I get to Councilor Vasquez, this is, I just kind of looked up a couple facts here. It says female cats can breed 3 times a year and have an average of 4 kittens per litter. One unspayed female cat and her offspring can produce 420,000 cats. That's incredible. So although what you're saying, Councilor Sorg, may be true about the cost to euthanize is less than a TNR, but once you do the TNR, you won't have to euthanize anymore. And if that's the case, I'm sure, I know several council members, because I get copied on them, are getting bombarded by residents all over about roaming cats all over. And so
I'm not against neutering cats. You absolutely have to do that. I'm just not in favor of releasing them.
Well, if you neuter them, what do you want to do with them after that?
They make good pets.
Okay. Not the ones that I've seen. They get pretty tough. They seem like they're street fighting cats, but okay. Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilor Sorg, as well, for your comments. I have a question here on this 4-strike rule first. Dominic, you mentioned the 4-strike rule. So what happens on the fourth strike?
Mayor, Councilor Vasquez.
And Roberto, I'm sorry, there's another Dominic Cabello. I apologize for that. Robert, go ahead.
Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, I knew you were talking to. So what happens at the four strike policy? So during a 12-month period, they're picked up 4 times. You know, at that 4th time, they have to be either adopted or sent to a rescue organization. It have to be kept within an enclosed cat colony. So they have to identify a cat colony that this cat's going to go to, or placed with a barn or shop cat program where it's to promote the adoption of the cat, or it is euthanized.
Okay.
This is on the 4th time. So,
okay. And so there is still a euthanasia option on the table with this TNR.
Yeah, Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And then could you talk really quickly just about the places where the city through this ordinance has committed not to release trap, neuter, and release cats to, I believe, schools and churches and by the river and that kind of thing. And so I'm wondering how those decisions got made.
Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, again, the decisions were actually done through, and I wasn't there for all the discussions, but through a long-term process through the Animal Care Task Force, which obviously had members of the public that were interested in protecting cats. I see that Clint Thacker is online. He can discuss some of that because I think he was there for almost all the discussions. But the process was, obviously, when it comes to like schools, nursing care facilities, it was an issue about health concerns. That's why there was a prohibition to return the cats to 150 feet. But as far as the environmental concerns like the Rio Grande, that was about have to do with the nature of the cats being as an invasive species. But I think for probably a better answer, I'll return this over to Clinton Thacker because he's probably the expert. And he actually was on there for all the discussions during the Animal Care Task Force.
Thank you, sir. And Councilor, what was the question? I'm sorry.
Clint, I just need you to identify yourself, please, and your position.
Thank you. Clint Thacker. I'm the director at the Animal Service Center in Mesilla Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Thacker. The question was about the decision process in, well, 2 questions. One, the decision process not releasing cats within 150 feet of daycare center, public or private schools, nursing home or care facilities, any park or city-owned or leased facility property, or within a half mile of the river. And then the second question to that is why 150 feet? Because it seems to me that a cat would cover 100 in probably a minute if you wanted to return to those locations.
Thank you, sir. Yes, so during the ordinance discussion with the Animal Task Force, there was a considerable amount of give and take for this. I believe it was the city really needed and really wanted to have some type of safety aspect of it because of the risk that they have of carrying some type of disease. And so that was kind of the give when we say that, okay, well, we'll say no more than, and we came up with a arbitrary number of the 150 feet. I don't think there's no scientific behind it, anything like that. I can tell you that I agree with you. The time, I mean, yeah, we're going to release it 150 feet away, but the cat just may run right towards that area. Now, with that said, and this is what I said in the task force, is that a sick cat will not qualify for the program. It has to be a healthy cat with no sign of ownership. And it has to be sterilized, ear tip, et cetera, et cetera. So to rephrase or to bring it all up, that yes, it was kind of an arbitrary number, no real science behind it.
Oh, okay. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Thacker. I appreciate the honesty there too. The other piece here that worries me, I don't think it's quite addressed on this particular ordinance, is I think we saw from the map that we reviewed during our work session around this ordinance last time that there is a disproportionate amount of feral or community cats or unowned cats in a certain district, certain parts of town. And my worry is, and Robert, I think we can see your inbox just to let you know in case you're meaning to do that or not. No problem. I wasn't reading, I promise. No, just Mr. Thacker, you know, what I worry about is these cats returning to the same neighborhoods and essentially not being spread out enough, because where I get a lot of the complaints in my district, really there's very heavy concentration of these cats, right? And I find that folks advocating perhaps not to relocate these cats elsewhere, perhaps aren't from parts of town where they have problems with community cats. And so that worries me, right? That we're just creating concentrations of these cats in really parts of town, certain parts of town. So is that addressed anywhere in this ordinance in terms of where they get returned to?
No, it is not. And the reason is because you can't just take a cat and relocate it somewhere in one day. The animal knows its area because of food, water, and shelter. Those are the three things people or animals need to survive in an area. So if you take it and put it somewhere else, it's not going to know where those three life issues are: food, water, and shelter. So it's quite a process to relocate these feral cats. It's a process of keeping them caged up, having the food and the shelter there. And then after a month or so, several weeks, is slowly, opening the cage door, but keeping the cage there. So it's a long process. Now, as far as the large concentrations, yes, there is. And that's because we do not have a trap neuter return program in place. We need, and once we get something in place, that it will address these large numbers because they will no longer reproduce. I think when people say I have a lot of cats in my area, they're really looking at a short-term problem. The long-term problem is it will continue to get worse and worse because a lot of cats will continue to breed and have young. And the short-term solution would be is to take them and euthanize them. But the big picture, again, is to be able to return them back to where they're at, so it's not a cruel, it's a more of a life-sustaining model, and then be able to sterilize those animals so no more animals are being reproduced.
Thank you, Mr. Thacker. And I know the success that the feral cat management program on campus has had, and I think it's a smaller community with less, obviously less residential density, and students I don't think are allowed to have cats in their dorms, and so there's really not a whole lot of places for cats on campus to go, or to or new people reintroducing cats into an area. And so I know that program has been successful there, I think because of a limited controlled where for the most part residents on campus aren't allowed to have cats anyway. So what I worry about here is that we will just get more cats, because the X factor here is that more people will, I think, continue to reintroduce cats despite the ones that are taken and spayed or neutered and then returned back to their neighborhoods. And so, Mr. Thacker, if you had to predict where this program would be in a month, would you say that there would be a higher concentration of cats in districts like District 3 and District 4 and District 2, or would you say that number would be reduced? And I guess maybe the same question over a 10-year period, if you had to take your best guess at what would realistically happen.
Well, looking at the data where other places have done it, not just the university, but other cities similar to Las Cruces, I would say that there wouldn't be a number change at all in just 3 months. I mean, that's barely enough time for a cat to be pregnant and to have its young. So to say that there's going to be an increase or decrease in that time, I'd say there wouldn't be any, because we're taking the animals and putting them right back out. So if we're aggressive enough, then that number will either stay flat or it may increase a little bit because animals or cats will continue to have those babies until we can get enough sterilized. 10 years down the line, the studies show in areas that the number is far reduced. So I believe that would be my answer to your question.
Thank you, Mr. Thacker. And then lastly, is there, I know the county just contracted with a third party to relocate some of their dogs that end up at the shelter humane animal center. And so did you look into these types of programs at all, hosting cats and relocating those cats to other communities or rehoming them in other communities? Or is this task force simply focused on this ordinance?
The task force was simply focused on getting this ordinance updated and passed through council. We haven't discussed any other options as far as animals coming in relocation. We do have a relocation program. You know, animals are always leaving, cats and dogs are always leaving our facility to other areas, even all the way out to out of the state. But as far as here locally, we have small programs. Like we just had some animals go out to hatch for a barn door or a barn cat program. So nothing large scale, all small.
Thank you, Mr. Thacker. Well, I appreciate this, bringing this resolution or this ordinance forward, this rewrite. I know it's been a long time in the making and lots of folks have had input onto this. For me, you know, the type of complaints that I have gotten from folks in my district, residential and business folks, and also the impact that domestic or otherwise community or feral cats have on native wildlife is it's a pretty significant impact to me, both to people and wildlife. And I just don't think that this this ordinance rewrite moves in a way that would help solve those issues, I believe, for my constituents or for other considerations that I have regarding native wildlife here. So I won't be supporting it, but regardless, I know that there are many members of our community that do support this effort. There's a lot of work that went into this ordinance. Simply just doesn't align with where I think we need to be with cats. But regardless, I do appreciate everybody who's worked on this. Thank you, Mr. Thacker. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Bates-Stuvey.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Caballo, for this. I have been very open with being one cat shy of a cat lady here on the council. But at the same time, I also live in District 2, and we see these issues with the cat population and the increased kind of concerns that I've had in my district as well. And right now we do have a euthanasia program that is made to address this issue. And yet I continually see more and more calls for cat problems. So what we're doing right now is not addressing and helping those areas. And so programs like this TNR are one way to help solve this. And it's not thinking just a short-term solution, but that longer-term solution as well. So this type of program will hopefully prevent those litters of kittens from being born, which is happening right now. It's kitten season. And so that we're not seeing these increased populations, we have to start cutting those back. Otherwise, we're going to be running into the same problems again and again. I know that they had quite a diverse task force, including those from like the bird societies and other environmental considerations to try to look at those ways, since cats are known predators and can be harmful to the natural environment. And because of that, we need to reduce those populations, and euthanasia that's happening right now is not controlling them the way that we need to. And so TNR really does help with that. I do think it's going to be very important for us in the future to look at tracking, to look at those numbers and making sure that we are also keeping track of those cats that are those repeat offenders, and making sure we have considerations for perhaps special homes or people that are having significant issues that are posing health problems. Those are also considerations within this ordinance that we can see. So this is one tool that we can use to try to stop what's happening now. I also think it will be very important for us to partner with our other rescue groups and make sure that we are all working together on that tracking. And we are supplementing programs that help with spaying and neutering. And I know with the creation of the new facility for the ASCMV that we're going to have more space to do more of that spaying and neutering. So I'm very much in support of this. And I think this is one step to getting us in the right direction, because what we have going right now is not working. And we won't be able to adjust it in any way if we don't try something new. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor. And what Councilor Abeyta-Stuvey has stated is absolutely true. And while there is a lot of exasperation, for lack of a better word, a lot of people who complain about the cat situation. I attended the Animal Ordinance Task Force for about 2 years. Cassandra Gandara, Mayor Pro Tem Gandara was the chair, I believe, or it was run by David Dollahan, and Clint was always there, and our ACOs were there. And there were people from all over the community. We had Dr. Joe Ruprecht participate, Dr. Romer participate, and information about cats and how they affect the environment, how they affect the birds. All of that was discussed endlessly. And finally, after all those years, and I think that the task force, actually the Animal Ordinance Task Force, because there's also the Animal Task Force, and that's something else, I believe. But I believe it started before I was on the city council. So I just want to share with everyone who's listening that this wasn't just a sit down and meet for a couple of months, maybe 8 times, and sit and talk about it glibly. There was a lot of introspection, a lot of discussion, people from different walks of life, and people who had different interests. So those were all represented. And this was a compromise all around. And as Clint stated, sick cats aren't going to, they're going to have to be euthanized. That happens with any sick animal. Mr. Sorg, Councilor Sorg, you were unhappy with the fact that there was an amount that sets forth what it costs to euthanize and not an amount for TNR. And yes, I understand you might be upset about that, but that shouldn't be that shouldn't be the reason why you wouldn't be against this. There are a lot of pros about this, and as the mayor pointed out, once you euthanize a cat, you're not going to have that cat reproduce and have up to 8 kittens in one litter. And as Councilor Abeyta-Stuvey pointed out, what we have now isn't working. And we had people on that task force, the ordinance task force, who were very well versed, and we managed to, or they managed. I sat in and listened and piped up from time to time. But this was a consensus that was reached, and there was a deadline of the sunset clause going into effect, and that would end the TNR that we have now. But the way it's being done now, or was being done, wasn't working. This resolution, if it should pass and become an ordinance, would really rectify. Will the results be seen in a month or two? No, it's like getting a bad haircut. You don't see the results in a month or two. It takes months. I know, because I cut my own hair in December and it's still growing out. So, things like this, you won't see the results for a while. It might be 5 years, it might be 10 years, but we just can't let these cats go on and on and on that way. So I'm for this because I have seen people work very, very hard. And believe me, towards the end, in the final stages of the ordinance, I was getting a bunch of emails and I was forwarding them to Attorney Cabello, so that he could work out the language on this. And I also want to add that there were other changes in the animal in the code, but this was the one that was the most problematic. So I just, you'll vote how you want to vote, fellow colleagues, but honestly, there just isn't an answer to this. And yes, right now, different animals get sent out, different states, different parts of the country to have them find homes. This is probably the most humane thing we can do. So I think that is all I want to say right now, Mr. Mayor. I know. I was Councilor Beta Stuvey and Mayor Pro Tem Gandara and I sit on the Animal Services Center of the Mesilla Valley Board. And when we were discussing this at the last meeting or the meeting before, Councilor Beta Stuvey asked Jean Gilbert, who presents all the time, and I know the mayor has has recognized her for her services to the animal world, and asked her if there would be a coalition working on this to make sure it works, or words to that effect. So I said there's this one person who organized a bunch of people, and so they've already met, and I've met with them once, and then the second time we met with Assistant City Manager Eric Enriquez to see how the ordinance would be implemented. And one of the recommendations that has come up, and this will continue, hopefully, if the ordinance does pass, that there has to be a lot of education. One of the big problems that we have in the city that attracts cats is that people actually go out and feed these cats. And so that attracts them to be in a certain area. There are a lot of complaints about that. So it'd be an educational process for our community. And one of the problems that a lot of people complain about too is the fact that they spray when they're in heat. And once you euthanize them, you're not going to have that issue or that problem. So we should, again, I'm pleading with you that we move forward with this, because this is a solution. It's a viable solution. We won't see results in a year or two, but we will start seeing the numbers go down. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Cabello, for your presentation.
Thank you, Councilor Flores. Mayor Pro Tem, and then Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that. I understand, fellow councilors, how frustrating this is, and it has especially been overwhelming and frustrating to the folks in the task force, because we've been at it for so long. But I want to say that this is one of many strategies that is going to have to be implemented in order for us to get a handle on this. And so I'll say that, but Robert, can you go to slide 2?
Pardon.
All right. Thank you. Our TNR program would be a humane alternative to euthanasia, but as Councilor Flores very eloquently spoke of all the number of folks that participated in this task force, we had people from, the Audubon Society, that had concerns about wildlife, had concerns about our feral cats, community cats, if you will. And the fact remains that we will have to have euthanasia as a part of how we're going to get a hold of this population to include the TNR program. It's just a fact. And I think when everybody on that task force, when it was said and done, we have that understanding. That's the research that's out there. And so one of the things that we have to keep in mind is that as a council, we do have to provide a budget for the, I think, Robert, you have it on section, no, here affordable humane cat repellents, the motion, the water sort of apparatuses. Those are things that we're going to have or include built into this process, plus a robust data and research, because one of the things that happened is we had the sunset clause, right? We said, okay, we're going to enter into this TNR program, and all the while we should have been compiling data to say, okay, where are the areas? What are we having issues with? Which areas are we having issues? How many cats are feral? We don't have that. And the gentleman, and I don't recall his name, Councilor Flores, Councilor Abeyta-Stuvie may remember that. There's a gentleman that does this kind of research at the university. So what I'm saying is this has to be included in this program so that when we come back to council to either ask for funding and or really truly understand, is our TNR program effective? We have to have this information to be able to move forward in terms of giving more funding and or re-examining whether this program truly is going to work. So again, I hope that I can plead with my fellow councilors that this is really an important aspect, but not the only strategy. And lastly, Mayor, and Council, I feel like there needs to be this data component as a part of this. Hiring a contractor to collect data and to continue to do the research so that we understand whether this program is working or not. But the research said that it does in conjunction with all the other programming the center is doing, like sending to various parts of nationally, right, to all these different areas is part of what we do. We have an adoption program as well. Again, this is one aspect, and I think a very important Councilor Vasquez, Councilor, so I have problems. I get tons of emails related to this in District 1 as well. And Gino, who does the mapping, can't, and we see this every month. The map does not say that one area, like Councilor Vasquez's area or Councilor Bencomo area, is more having more trouble. It ranges across our city, and to not have a humane TNR program is just only going to put us further in the hole. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilor Bencomo.
Thanks, Mayor. Yes, I want to just make sure to take the time to thank the task force that has been doing this research for a really long time, longer than I thought, actually. And even just in their presentation a few months ago or weeks ago, that it was very impressive and thorough. And so I just wanted to give them a big thank you. I just have one question, actually, in terms of Clint, I hope you're still on in terms of data and when council can expect you to come back with a new set of data. I'm, particularly interested to understand the issue of euthanasia being used even if we have a TNR program, and what those numbers are looking like. You said 3 months is too soon. 6 months is probably too soon. A year, 2 years, when can we expect for you to come back with that data? And will the task force be involved with that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Councilor Rincon. It's a really good question. Traditionally, it's said 5 years is when you'll see a substantial data proven results that you can look into. Now, with that said, I started one where I was at before in Utah, in Davis County, Utah, within 9 months. In fact, our first kitten year, we saw a dramatic improvement in the number of cats coming in. In other words, a reduction. And that was in 9 months. So I think a lot of it depends on the area you're in, how aggressively you're going to be doing it. Because like right now, animal control officers, both city and county, are bringing in cats that are already in the program. And so then all we do is only for county cats, we take them and return right back out. And we are logging those impounds because all cats that are in this program have a microchip. So we scan the microchip. So even within the first, just as soon as we're starting it, if we can get animal control officers to do that same thing, scan it in the trap, have a microchip, you log it in the software as an impound, and then the cat's let go. That cat never comes back in. My staff never has to see it until it reaches that point where obviously it is a nuisance to the area. We do the 4 impounds. The animal is either relocated or it's euthanized. So honestly, I think within a year and a half, we're going to see some numbers of whether something is improving, staying the same, or even getting worse.
Great. Thanks, Clint. And I don't know that that the ordinance needs any specific language on that, but whoever has that big calendar, note it down that I think it's important that some of those numbers and some of that data come back to council and go back to the community in terms of how this program is working. I think from what I'm hearing, right, it's going to be slow, but that's okay, right? Because I've said this before in relation to, when there was debate on past policy, that not one policy is incredibly perfect. And however, doing the same old is clearly not working. And so I think this is a good step forward. And I'll definitely be supporting it. However, I would like to see that data come back to us and to the community in the timeline that Clint has laid out. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, Clint Thacker, Animal Service Director, can I say one thing to that real quick?
Sure.
Just as a response, the Animal Service Center in Mesilla Valley has always been very transparent with their numbers. We post them on Facebook every single day of the animals. And what we can do is, if you like, we can also add a TNR aspect to that daily post. And then we can start seeing if numbers going down, going up. Also, we can start to include, as we are currently now, TNR in our monthly presentation to the ASCMV board. So that is all things that we can include because, like I said, we want to be super transparent, always have been and always will be.
Thank you, Clint.
Thank you. Councilor Vasquez, did you have another question?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And thank you to my colleagues for their comments as well. I just want to point out just a couple of quick things because I think Councilor Sorg pointed something out about the total cost to the city, right? Versus the $50 it takes for to put down a cat. And I think, it was unfortunate that we didn't receive that information in terms of what this program would cost over the long term versus what we're doing now. I'll also just say that, I've been looking into this issue for several years as well. And have found scientific studies that indicate that population level effects are really minimal with TNR programs and different TNR, I guess, policies or ordinances across different cities. And so I think that there's data out there for whatever you probably want to believe, that TNR works or it doesn't, scientific data, right? And I'm happy to cite some of that as needed. And so I don't also to, I know Mr. Thacker said, well, this is what the science says. The science says just the opposite in different scientific journals, including the University of Florida that did a big study on this. And so I just want to say, I don't think the science is really definitive in terms of whether TNR works. One of the things that I found in particular was just again, the impact to native wildlife from cats is really, really significant. And that's where I continue to get to just be, we have to be aware that cats really depend on humans. Cats are domestic animals that I think have been created essentially to be and live with humans in indoor settings. And sure, some of them may go outside. I grew up with cats as a kid. I don't have anything against cats, but the studies I've seen is that TNR programs just create more cats, because it's not just the same cats that are returning to neighborhoods. It's litters of new cats being brought in from outside of the community, from El Paso, from other folks who don't have spayed cats, and inevitably they have kittens. And if you look at the adoption sites on social media and whatnot, people will continue to bring in more cats. And so my fear here is that we are just going to increase the cat population, spayed or neutered or not, and nobody will be responsible for them. I mean, the city will be responsible for them, especially on the fourth strike. However, I also do recognize that there was a lot of different perspectives and people brought into a room to discuss this, the rewrite of this ordinance over many, many years. And so, I think I am happy to make a compromise here and support this ordinance, but also being highly skeptical that this will work. I do want to honor the work that was done by different members of our community, certainly by Mr. Thacker and city staff, and try this out, as folks have said. I simply think it's just not going to work, and I think we need to come up with alternate solutions, as Councilors Mayor Pro Tem Gandara and Councilor Beta-Stubbe mentioned, that this needs to be part of the solution, but not the complete solution. And again, I'll just say, look, where you have large concentrations of stray or community cats are income parts of the city. And so I think for folks that have to live with these problems and these issues, it's unfair to them to have to deal with massive amounts of cats. I get complaints and stories about, the cats that are destroying people's screen doors and that are just, causing just a lot of damage in general, but also the impact that they do have on reptiles, mammals, amphibians, reptiles, things that don't depend on humans for survival is what concerns me, because we really have to balance out our natural ecosystem with domesticated animals that I'm not sure this policy reaches that balance. So even after these cats are spayed, neutered, and released, they're going to continue to predate on native wildlife. And I'll leave it there. I can support this. I just think there needs to be more done. I will support it because I recognize a lot of people have put a lot of hard work into this. I'm just not sure that it's the best solution to what we're trying to achieve here. But also agree, if we don't do something different, we'll never know. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to my fellow colleagues.
Okay, Councilor Sorg, did you have another question or comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment. Listening to all of the comments and questions that Council has given here today. Yeah, several years ago when we brought this topic up before, I read many articles on TNR, and conclusion that many people come to, including myself, is that it's inconclusive. You got so many variables involved in this whole idea, and so it's difficult to say whether it works or not. But what the heck, go ahead and try it, and we'll see in 5 years or less whether it's good or not. So yeah, I agree with Councilor Vasquez that it is not necessarily scientific proven that we can do this. Yes.
Okay, Councilor Flores and Mayor Pro Tem, did you forget to put your hand up, or did you have some more comments?
I wanted to add something, Mayor, if I could.
No, sir. I don't have any more questions.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I do think that I want to be very clear, and I very much appreciate Councilor Vasquez and Councilor Sorg's comments. I don't see this here as part of a bullet, and I feel that it needs to state something to the effect of hiring a consultant that collects data and evaluates the program and comes back to council yearly to give us the statistics so that we can determine what our next course of action is. I don't see that, and it was one of the things that I felt was missing from this particular program, Mayor. So I don't know if this needs an amendment, but those are things I'd like to offer now. And I don't see a budget allocation, and I'm not sure that we gave additional funding to the center or to animal control, to ensure that we have the necessary equipment to offer our residents when they are experiencing the kind of issues that they have experienced.
So, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, you wanted to know about putting in a dollar amount on here?
I'm asking Robert, is there a dollar amount for the various TNR program equipment? Because I didn't see one. A. B. I also feel that that we need to either amend and or include that the city will hire a consultant to collect data and evaluate this program and come back to council in a year.
Mayor Pro Tem Gandara. So there is no dollar amount because this is just a resolution that would show support for a TNR program, and it also captures, again, any suggestions regarding when we would have the when we do the ordinance change, because this would be the most controversial of all the things that are in Chapter 7 that we're changing. So the purpose of this resolution was to get support for a TNR program, to see we needed to do some changes. So we don't have a dollar amount here for what this program costs, as far as, because there is a section, it does talk about like a Roman numeral 2 on page 2168. It talks about, that there these affordable sort of measures would be measures to repel cats from an area would be made, those things would be made affordable. As far as if you wanted to have an inclusion, sort of an amendment, I would suggest maybe after Roman numeral 2, have a Roman numeral 3. Before you get to that, the city staff is hereby authorized. Insert one saying that this, as part of this TNR program, the city would hire or collect data on this TNR program for a year, and then do a briefing or report to the council or something of that nature. I don't have the direct language in my head. I'm still thinking about it right now. I apologize.
Okay, Robert. So Mayor Pro Tem or Robert, if you can, either one can answer. So would the animal services be the one doing the TNR, or or the city do the TNR?
Okay. Mayor, council. So the city, as far as the TNR program, it's being enforced by our animal codes, our animal control officers. Now, as far as when it goes to the Animal Services Center, that's they're doing another part of it. They're doing the spay and neutering, but I think that as far as our cats would be the cost to the city, cats that are found in the city limits, as opposed to the county limits, which are handled by the county.
Yeah, and the reason why I say that, Mayor Pro Tem, is I I mean, we can add an amendment, but I think the resolution is sufficient. And then once the Animal Services Board, which you're, I believe, the chair of, and then once you have it, then you'll direct Clint to do whatever is necessary, and then they'll come back with a certain amount that they'll need from the city, and then, I'm sure it's going to be, a fair amount of money, but that's what it's going to take to get this program off the ground. And then we'll do a budget adjustment or wherever we get the money from, and then we'll send it to the Animal Services Board along with the county, and then we move forward that way. That's the way I'm looking at it. But if you feel comfortable, I don't know what amount we're going to use, but I think at that time, once we get the funding, then I think that would be probably the appropriate time to include the verbiage about making sure that we have the data necessary to see how this program is working. But I also see, looks like ACO Officer Jimenez is on the webinar. Would you like to speak, Mr. Jimenez?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, City Council, thank you for the opportunity. Excuse me.
I just need you to state your name and your position, please.
My name is Gino Jimenez. I'm the Animal Control Officer for the City of Las Cruces. Sir and Council, I believe that the citizens of our city have become accustomed to calling animal control whenever we're dealing or they're experiencing a problem with the animals. I believe if there was going to be any increase in funds, that it would be my budget, because as they're calling me to solve their problems, then I would have choices to offer them. Number one would be either to continue to trap the animals so that then they would go to the Animal Service Center, get the necessary treatments or surgeries required for the TNR, and then place back in that area. If they choose not to do TNR and simply want deterrence, then that's something that I could provide to them as the same as I do the traps. So maybe an adjustment there would be feasible. That's just my opinion.
I appreciate that, Gino. Officer Jimenez or Supervisor Jimenez, thank you. Those are some of the things that I hear most of when I get complaints, is that individuals don't have the funds available to get these deterrents, and it's something that I'd be happy to do. Mayor, I just want to make sure, because the Animal Services Center does not oversee Gino's outfit, and Gino's outfit doesn't, oversee the Animal Services Center, right? And I want to make sure that our TNR program, because one of the biggest problems and why we're at this point from the sunset clause is we did not have a robust data collection. And it was nowhere in our ordinance. And when we went back years later to see how effective it was, we had no data. And so I don't want us to fall into that same trap. So that's why I'm a little more insistent this time around about adding an amendment that talks about a data collection that the city is responsible for.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, the only data that I was able to collect, and that was given in my monthly ASCMV board meetings, was our stray calls, or our cats in custody calls that I give every month. That map is also available, like I said at the last council meeting, on our CLC webpage, and it'll show you where the hotspots are for the cats per district. And that was the only data that I was able to produce. But so if you can zoom in on a particular council district and then maybe even zoom in more to a neighborhood, you will see where there are particular hotspots. The data that I believe that you're asking for, ma'am, would be a little more than I can provide, because I can only tell you where we're going to initially pick them up. After that, when they come back, that would be something for maybe Mr. Thacker's data, or an outside consultant like you speak of, to say that animal control picked this one up in this neighborhood. It met all the requirements for TNRing, and it went back into that neighborhood. Now, are we seeing a result of the population because of that action? that would be something a little bit more than I could provide, but yes, I believe an outside consultant would be able to provide that.
Okay, thank you, Gino. Mayor Pro
welcome,
Tem, if you're more comfortable with the amendment, sure, go ahead and make the amendment. Now that I know where you're coming from, I didn't understand that part. Mayor Pro Tem. Looks like we may have lost her. Okay, so Councilor Flores, Councilor Betastuvi, did you all have more questions?
No, sir.
Mayor, I was just going to respond that this is also something that we could, if a formal amendment was not going to be made, we can make sure that it's a priority to discuss at our next AMCM meeting, and to make sure that I'll do follow up as well with EFO, with Mr. Peely as well, to make sure that we're including the proper departments within the conversation.
Okay, and Mayor Pro Tem lost her phone. I don't know if it went, she said it went dead, so she's going to try to get another phone to call in. So, okay. And Councilor Flores, you said you didn't have any questions, right? Because you still have your hand up.
Correct.
Okay. All right, well, there's nothing further. If you recall, I did get that one public comment. It says, I do support regarding resolution 21-174. I support the resolution in order to change the ordinance for the city. And that was from Tina Dalcour. All right. So with that, if there's nothing further, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve resolution 21-174. Councilor Betastuvi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
No.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondara is off.
I think so.
I think so. Okay. She's absent. And Mayor?
Yes. Okay. So now we're going to go to board appointments. It looks like I have one here. John McElroy, a new appointment to the Utility Customer Advisory Group. I would be needing a motion and a second, please.
Move to approve, Bencomo.
Second by Flores.
A motion made by Councilor Bencomo, second by Councilor Flores. Christine?
This is on the motion to appoint John McElroy to the UCAG. Councilor Betastuvi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondara is absent. And Mayor?
Yes. Okay, now we're going to go to notice the proposed ordinances. There'll be no public discussion. Councilor may ask staff for clarification on the proposed ordinance. So first one is 10.1, Council Bill number 21-039, ordinance number 2972.
Bring it forward.
Bring it forward. Next one is 10.2, Council Bill number 21-040, ordinance number 2973.
Bring it forward.
Okay, bring it forward. Okay, so now we'll go to City Council reports and comment. And so I was going to ask Jennifer. So Jennifer, you're still on the call, right? Make sure. Yeah. Okay. So so the governor's order is still active. She just happened to lift the ban on the mask in certain areas. And then so I guess what I'm trying to get at is, do I still have the ability to issue emergency proclamations? That's my main question. Because I think mine stops when hers stops, but hers is still in place. She just happens to, is that your understanding?
Yes, Mayor and City Council, this is Jennifer Vega-Brown, your City Attorney. It looks like the most recent health order is extended until May 28th.
Okay, and so what I was envisioning was on May 21st, because mine only lasts for 48 hours, correct? Until council can ratify, if they choose to. They choose to. Okay, so what I was thinking is I would issue one on a Friday, say 5 o'clock, to be effective Friday, 5 o'clock, which expires 5 o'clock on Monday, which then if we have a special meeting in our work session, if council wants to move forward with it. And basically what I was wanting to do was still require face mask in city buildings indoor, such as City Hall, the library, Brannigan, Rio Grande Theater, utilities. But for those who feel that they are either vaccinated or have or can't receive a vaccine or can't wear a mask, then they'll be allowed to come in. And then of course on all outdoor facilities, remove the mask requirement. And that includes all parks and recreational facilities. And because I know that there's a lot of kids now playing, and I understand it's getting hot. And then, of course, the other ones, the city facilities, which I think aligns with the federal guidelines, such as the homeless. It says that masks, no matter what, have to be worn in homeless shelters. Of course, except for indoor, their own personal offices, public transportation, such as Roadrunner Transit, Dial-A-Ride, and then all airports, which I guess would presume also extend to Las Cruces International Airport. So that's what I was wanting to do, and was wanting to probably issue that on Friday. And I was just, as promised in the past, when council gave me that authority, I said I would at least run it by you all and just let you all chime in on it. I think this is a good balance for the outdoors versus those are inside, because there's going to be some city workers that haven't been vaccinated, and then members of the public who aren't vaccinated, and we would ask that they put a mask on to protect both parties. Okay, so unless you have some strenuously object, I'll just take it as such, and then I'll move forward to Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, I have my hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Yes, Councilor Bates.
Thank you. And thank you, Mayor. I do recognize that with the new CDC recommendations, it puts municipalities in a very difficult spot. And honestly, with a lot of unenforceable type decisions to be made. I would ask that we consider, if you are doing this, I fully recognize there's been a very large push by certain communities to not have children wear masks outside. I absolutely get it. I have 3 kids myself. However, they are one of the populations that are not vaccinated quite yet, especially those under 12. And so for safety of staff that might have to interact in those types of programming indoors, especially like Munson Center after school programs or things like that, I would just ask for perhaps consideration for masking in those types of areas where it's closed indoors, and to perhaps consult with Mr. Peely and others on the medical side to that. And then just as a reminder for people that these types of mask mandates are very beneficial still to a lot of people that have disabilities or immunocompromised. And these types of decisions now that have been made are putting a lot of people in very potentially dangerous situations because they now need to trust the goodwill of others, which unfortunately perhaps this job has made me very cynical on that. And so there are going to be a lot of individuals that will have to remain masked. And I ask the public to please be kind when you see that there are reasons for it as well. So thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so Councilor, so you're let's start with this. So you're okay with the outdoor ones, correct? You're just concerned about maybe mere sight indoors.
Yes, and when you have populations that are obviously not vaccinated, that is going to be your under 12 category now that won't have that opportunity. Okay. And so my concern goes, we have after school type programming and those things. And so that does put our employees in a different sort of situation as well.
Okay, all right. I might be able to fix that pretty easy.
Mayor,
yes.
Just for Mayor and Council, this is Jennifer Vega Brown. Just for clarification, you wanted an order to begin on the 21st, but end on the 28th when the governor's extended order will expire?
No, begin on the 21st, and then it will automatically expire on the 24th because of the time limit that I have, and then have council vote up or down if they want to continue it until the governor's order expires, because she may renew it again. Albeit very laxed, but she may still renew it again. And so once she renews it, even though it may be very relaxed order, it's still an order which allows mine to continue on, I believe.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, this is Jennifer Vega Brown. To the extent that we remain in the color coding that we are in, because the mass outdoor gatherings are, I'm trying to read it right now, dependent on the mass gathering of 20 or less, or 20 individuals, whichever is less. Or so if you are in the turquoise, you are allowed more mass gatherings outdoors. If you are in a more restrictive area, and Mr. Enriquez can speak to this, in a more restricted color, then you cannot have those larger mass gatherings and you would require masks. So we can't say that we're going to eliminate all masks. We have to match whatever the governor is doing as a minimum. So we can certainly do language to do that, but I just want to make it clear, the outdoor, we can't exclude all masks if we are in a different color area.
Okay, well, I understand, but I mean, so it could be predicated on based on the color area that we're in, yes. Correct? So as of now, though, we're turquoise, which allows us the full amount, I believe.
Yes, but then
70% or something like that.
Yes, and Mayor and Council, then what I would recommend is that you're just relying, because if you're fully vaccinated, you don't have the mask requirement. If they're not fully vaccinated, then there is the mask requirement contingent upon whatever color area. So I would recommend matching what the governor's area is going to do. We can be more restrictive, we can't be less restrictive.
Right, and that kind of, let me just explain. So if you may recall that I had put the requirement on all city buildings and facilities, and that's where I'm coming from. And so on the outdoor facilities, that's where I still wanted to keep the indoor, and now I probably will include mere sight. But on all outdoor city facilities, like I mentioned to a few people, I can't control what Las Cruces Public Schools does. But on city facilities, then I would ask to have the mask requirement removed up to whatever limits we're allowed to.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And then, like I said, the other ones is a federal mandate, which is pertaining to the public transportation, homeless shelters, and airports. So that one we can't change. That one, it just says all masks are always mandatory over there. And then on city buildings, those are the ones where that mask will not be required unless those who are not eligible to receive the vaccine or who are not, or you know, have some disability that prevents them from wearing a mask, they'll still be allowed.
I will, Mayor and Council, this is Jennifer Vega Brown. I'll have to check on the language of that because in the health order, it doesn't give that exception. I believe it just states only if you're fully vaccinated, no, you don't have to wear a mask. If you're not, then I believe it does, but I'll double check that language.
Sure. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor. So, how are we going to know someone's fully vaccinated? Do you carry, I mean, I carry mine right next to my passport, you know, just in case the Gestapo, you know, stops me. So, but are we really going to be policing that then, and how? I mean, is everyone going to be asked to show their card that shows that they're fully vaccinated, or their birth certificate to show that they don't have to be, or their doctor's note that says that they're exempt from vaccinations? I mean, how is that going to work?
You know, I was prepared to kind of allow them to state whether or not they've been vaccinated or not, but since Jennifer is checking on the certain rules on the mask, that we might as well let her check on that as well.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Just wondering.
Sure. I'm trying to avoid, because I had sent this to EFO and his team, his management team, and there was a few good comments that were sent back. I didn't want it to be very cumbersome to his staff, and so that's why I dropped the vaccination card. You know, I'm like you. You don't have to carry it with you. I mean, even a photocopy of it is fine. I mean, a picture of it. And then I found out that El Paso, not everyone gives them. They just give a receipt. So I mean, we're just trying to protect both those that aren't vaccinated and then those who employees aren't vaccinated, so that something could happen. That's all. We're not trying to, you know, we're just trying to be proactive and safe for everybody around. Yeah, any other questions, Councilor Flores? No. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, are you back on the call? Yeah, looks like.
I am, Mayor. I'm sorry to my colleagues and staff, the community having issues here. Are we at Mayor and Council comments?
Yes, I guess that Wi-Fi in Hawaii isn't working too well, but.
Oh yeah, I wish. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, Mayor, I want to, for consideration, bring a resolution forward related to the Alameda, is it avenue or street? There's a insurmountable speeding. We talked a lot with a group about a road diet. There is a group that has a petition related to bringing that 4-lane to 2 lanes. And some of the things that they have discussed are things like pedestrian deaths, especially deaths that have occurred related to cars hitting pedestrians, bicyclists in the last couple of years here in Las Cruces. And the most recent being our beloved superintendent, Karen Trujillo. So I'd like to bring forth that, Mayor. I have a draft resolution, but wanted to speak to you and council related to that. The next, I feel really strongly based on some information that I've received, especially today, hearing about the 16% vacancy rate and the issues that LCPD and with the email that Chief Smith sent related to just the difficulties that we're having recruiting and retaining people for police and fire. And I'd like to, in this resolution, Mayor, include a wage increase for public safety, to include a wage increase, to include raising the age requirement to 21 for our law enforcement officers, and a pathway to an incentive program that leads to a pathway to hiring degreed folks or incentivizing our officers to go to school and garner education, either an associate's degree and or higher, depending on what they might currently have. And so those are two resolutions, Mayor, that I think we need to really consider. The other is really excited that our triage center, they're having a grand opening, I think, or a ribbon cutting. I believe, Mayor, is that Wednesday? And I'm excited about that. I'm also excited about Jardín de los Niños entering into many of their employees are trauma informed, trained on being trauma informed. I think that is a really important aspect. I'm especially excited about their Flourishing Families program. They're getting some wonderful results with the parents that are moving through that program. It's a mentoring program and a program just helping them move through getting up and out of poverty, and just seeing some really good results with that. So their ribbon cutting is virtually on Friday. I look forward to participating in that, Mayor. And as far as other things, I think that's all really I have to say at this point. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, may I ask you on your resolutions? Like, let's take the first one, and I think it's called Alameda Boulevard. So let's take that. Yeah. So on that first one, did you we don't have a PRC for for roads, do we? I don't think so. Did you?
There's a transportation
and
infrastructure.
Como knows.
Did it run through that PRC? And
not yet, Mayor. I did. This is something that's been in the works for some time. This group is just getting larger, very concerned about the speeding, but also the pedestrian fatalities. Amy Simpson is one of my constituents that's leading the charge and has put together along with others a draft resolution that I said that I would definitely support. Again, feeling very concerned about our most recent death being Superintendent Karen Trujillo. May she rest in peace. And so whatever I need to do, if you want me to move that through the particular policy PRC, I'm happy to do that.
Well, Mayor Pro Tem, and the only reason is a couple things is, and Dave, I know David or Tony are here, but I don't know if on those particular roads, and I don't know what the rules, the guidelines are for the traffic regulations. If there's so many cars, it has to be affording. I have no idea. I just thought maybe it might be best to run it through the transportation PRC so that they have a chance to chime in on that and see if that's something there that it's even doable.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilor Sorry.
I'm the chairman of that committee. I'll get it on the agenda for that committee. Don't worry.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Sorry.
can I add something, please?
Sure.
As part of the next agenda for the TSI committee, actually, we will have Public Works present on the traffic calming program, which Mayor Pro Tem, I'm glad you're bringing this up because I'm also having some, I have a pretty well organized community off Melendrez that is seeing similar issues. And so I think in the next presentation at TSI, it will be a great point, Mr. Councilor Sorg, to bring this issue up in terms of how we address when a community organizes around traffic calming measures.
Right. I've got a street too that'd be to add to the list. So we'll take it up.
Okay. And then the other one, Mayor Pro Tem.
If I can just include, and I understand, I think this is a great opportunity. And again, I will move this particular resolution through that PRC. But I want folks to remember that the Alameda District is part of that walkable, sort of connected to the downtown. And they, both sides don't feel that they're connected to the downtown, feel like there's a lot of money being spent in the downtown, but forgetting sort of the community surrounding that. To try to walk over to the downtown from the Alameda District, to include the Mesquite Historic District, but I'll stick with Alameda, is making it near impossible to cross those streets because of the high rates of speed. And so if we either believe in, traffic calming measures and active transportation, to include the fact that we have pedestrians that are being hit and killed on our streets, not to mention the folks that are running red lights, almost daily, if not hourly, if you will. It's something we really need to do. We need to really get a hold of this. And again, this is one measure. It's not the only thing. But I'm very committed to helping this group, see this through.
Okay. And then likewise on the increase on police age, have you, I know we're looking to form the public safety PRC, but have you run that by the police department and see if that's going to affect their recruiting a little bit, or?
It's not Mayor, we all sit in the community mitigations group that hasn't met for a month, and I don't see another avenue that I'm able to have those conversations with other than with our city manager. And so I very concerned about, so the answer is no, I have not. That's not how I operate. I don't go straight to Chief Dominguez without EFO PD knowing or understanding where I'm coming from. But again, we've been hearing quite a bit about recruitment and retention. And so again, there's not an avenue really at this point because our Public Safety Select Committee hasn't met. And so this is the only way that I see that I speak to you collectively about what my concerns are and what I'd like to see happen moving forward.
Sure. If you don't mind, Mayor Pro Tem, may I ask, just out of the blue, Chief Dominguez, and was this just for the police or was this also for fire, Mayor Pro Tem?
I don't know the policy related to fire. I just know specifically to LC PD and Mayor, there's a lot of research and different agencies that are doing that and seeing great results. So yeah, happy to hear. I was just speaking very specific to Las Cruces Police Department.
Okay. Chief Dominguez, just out of curiosity, how do you feel about increasing the hiring age to 21 from, I guess, I don't know what the minimum is right now. I presume it's just
18, I believe.
High school diploma or GED.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Our hiring commission officers right now at 21 years of age. So it's already set there. And as far as the increase suggested, it's up to collective bargaining, and I believe the union has or is getting ready to send a memo up the chain of command to begin bargaining for an increase, as well as other items on the collective bargaining agreement.
Okay, so then the age isn't going to necessarily curtail your recruiting efforts. Then it sounds like.
Mayor, Chief Dominguez again. If I'm hearing correctly, the age requirement she was stating, or Mayor Pro Tem was requesting, was age of 21, or
right? Right.
It's already there, sir.
Oh, you're already there. Okay. Okay. Thanks, Chief. So, Mayor Pro Tem, I guess what I didn't want to do is does your resolution call for a certain pay increase? And I guess what I'm trying to get at is I would like what if the union already has agreed to an increase in pay, and then yours happens to be more, and then they get more than what they asked for? I don't know. You don't want to at least have a meeting with the chief and EFO and Barbara and their team to see.
Sure, Mayor, I'm happy to do that. I guess what I'm saying is there hasn't been the opportunity to do so.
Okay, and then bring back the resolution so it mirrors what you want to.
For me, it was a combination of several things: the pay increase, the age requirement, and a pathway for increasing educational opportunities, so that, and it might even mean incentivizing the fact that, when we recruit, that we're recruiting for people who have degrees, so that we're competitive, and we won't have the issues recruiting our recruiting police officers. So again, I want to help in this rather than hinder, and I think those are all, great points to start. I'm happy to have a meeting with Chief.
Well, you know what, Mayor Pro Tem, I think those are really good points you're talking about. What if we go right to a work session and we discuss, because I know, like, for example, if a member, let's say someone wants to join the military as an enlisted person, and they have, say, 2 years or even 4 years of college, they don't go in at the as a E1. They get to, depending on their college, they can go in as an E4. And I wonder if we should have a work session to discuss what you're just talking about, so that and maybe it's already there at the police department. I have no idea. I can ask the chief again. Let me just ask him. So, Chief, let me ask you something. So if you have a recruit that's right out of college, will they start at the same level as a recruit who doesn't have college? And if they do start with a different disparity, is it significant, or is it a small amount?
Good afternoon, Chief of Police Miguel Dominguez here for the record. Mayor, everybody at this point gets the same. We again have looked at it. I know it's been negotiated in the past to try to get an incentive for college degrees, but right now the collective bargaining agreement pays the same.
Would you like to have a work session so we can try to hammer this out? I think where Mayor Pro Tem's coming from is, and I agree with this. Let's just have and I'm glad that it's 21 right now. And if we can hire those that may have a little bit more education, I think they should be compensated for that as well. And that might be something that might be more beneficial. Is that where you were going, Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm sorry, Mayor?
About perhaps maybe providing a little bit more compensation for those that have a college degree. Maybe they may want to join.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's where I'm going. I'd like to, that plus just help with recruitment and retention. I think there's no real avenue currently. And it's sort of, how do we compete with folks that might have, a degreed degree and want to go elsewhere. Maybe this is their passion and they'd like to do it, but our pay is so low. How can we compete? I think this is one way of and I know Chief Dominguez has been open to reforming the police department, and I think this is one way to do that, along with the other things we're trying to do with the mobile crisis unit, and hopefully now with the triage center that'll help give some relief to our law enforcement officers.
Chief Dominguez, are you open to having a work session on this to see how we might be able to help you in your recruiting efforts?
Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, I'm absolutely, but I believe it all begins with collective bargaining, and the contract is up currently. It was actually up last year, but they had to file for an extension. So I believe it would start there, and I defer to Attorney Vega Brown or Joe Rick, if she's on.
Yeah, I think they can probably get with them, and then we can schedule a work session depending on how they want to address it.
Mayor and Council. I'm sorry. This is Jennifer Vega Brown. I'm not aware of initiating the negotiation process. Once that begins, then we cannot have a work session about it. We would have to have it prior to. We are allowed to go into a closed session once the negotiation process has been initiated. You can go into closed session and discuss strategy. Per the OMA, it is allowed to do that. And we had recommended a couple of years ago to change the process before union negotiation to do that. So you do have options to discuss.
Okay, great. One last question. I don't know if you know this, but let me just ask Joe. Joe, years ago, I'm talking 10 years ago or so, the city used to have a fund for any city employee who wished to go and further their education. We would set aside monies for them to attend college. Do we still have that? And two, if we don't, I'd like for that to, and I'm sure Mayor Pro Tem would support this, have that part of the work session, because that would then now help those officers who wish to gain more education, and the city can help pay for that. Are you aware of that program that the city had, I'd say maybe 10 years ago?
Mr. Mayor, Council, this is Joe Richards, Human Resources Director. Yes, sir, we do still have a tuition reimbursement program, and I believe we do have several officers that are taking advantage of that right now.
Good. Okay, that would be nice to have that information, and if we need to beef that up a little bit, that would be great.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Councilor Bencomo, you have a question? No? Oh, okay. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, looks good. Thanks for your input. Aloha. Okay. I'm just kidding. For the record, Mayor Pro Tem is not in Hawaii. I don't know where she's at, but she has terrible Wi-Fi connection. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor. So the city has a JPA with Las Cruces Public Schools, and this is in connection with the Las Cruces Community Schools. Councilor Abeda Stubbe, Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, and I sit on that board. And we have subcommittees or committees to address certain issues. And I chair the committee on communication, it's letting the community know what we actually do, or the city know what we actually do, and what the purpose is. So at our last meeting, the committee met on Thursday, not the school board, but the committee. And we were talking about getting the word out on community schools, how important they are, and how it's difficult for people to fully comprehend what a community school is. And we have 4 in our city, I believe. The first one, of course, and the one that we have up and running is Lynn Community School, Lynn Middle School. Then we have Booker T, Washington, MacArthur, and Doña Ana. And they're all going very well. The coordinators are very energetic and very committed, and the principals are working with them, and that's working out well. My committee, or that subcommittee, is focusing on how to get the word out and really educate people. People think that a school, any school is a community school, and it's really not quite that. And this is because they maybe have a food pantry or a clothes closet, and it extends beyond that. So, we're working on a campaign to get out the word on community schools, and we have Summer Mitchell, who works with at Success, and Brooke Matthew, really working hard on this, and the LCCS coordinator at Doña Ana, Maria Zuniga, is definitely bringing a lot of good stuff to that school, and she works closely with the principal, Sherry Love. At any rate, there are a lot of details, but I just want to give you an idea of where what the JPA is working on, and that's just one aspect. There's finance, and I think Brian from FYI, Capano, is. At any rate, I just wanted to share that. The other, the Airport Advisory Board is coming right along with Andy. He is, with Andy Hume, he's working strenuously to definitely meet all of the, I think I shared with you this perhaps before, but the FAA is going to be doing a physical inspection. All past inspections have been with reports that the administrator has turned over, but it's rigorous, but so far so good. We're coming out on, on top of everything with flying colors. So my hat's off to Andy. I think that because of him, we're going to have an airport that's really, really functioning and using its foreign trade status to our advantage. And there'll be also hopefully sooner than later, commercial air service as well. So I'm the liaison also to the City Art Board, and last week when Saul Ramirez presented, there was a discussion about the Zia symbol and how we were discussing the art project that's going up at City Hall and how there's a Zia symbol. And so I brought that up, and the board, the chair of the board, Tina Ballou, made it very clear that all licenses were secured in that regard. So I just want to communicate that with my colleagues and with the public to let them know that the City Art Board is very, very aware of licenses and holds a high respect as a body, and the individuals, of course, for the use of Native American indigenous symbols that are closely or are of a certain tribe. The other concern that was raised was that why would someone from out of state be doing an art piece for the city of Las Cruces? And that was explained by Susan Ferrari, who is still, she's on the board. She's one of the first board members. She's one of the few who worked on the master art plan, the city art board plan. And she was quick to say that many artists, and it's called a call for a cafe. It's not like Joanne Bencomo's cafe, but a call for entry. And on those calls for entry, there was one person, a local artist who was a finalist. There were two, and then the decision was made to go with Dickinson. And the art piece is absolutely beautiful, and it should be going up soon, probably in June. And but I don't know if I've shared this with you before, but I do want to say that it takes, in order to even have entries, you have to have a resume, you have to have not just and not to minimize people who love who are artists in their own right, but to become a professional artist, there's certain steps that have to be taken. So there's a committee that is actually working on helping our local artists. And I just want to say too that the composition of the board is quite ethnically diverse, and I think it's a first. So, and the work they're doing there is amazing. This is all volunteer, and all of them are professional artists. So they're taking time away because all this is so important to them. I've shared also, incidental to the resolution that was discussed regarding the TNR, there is a quote task force in the formation to make sure that there's implementation. We have to keep in mind, right now we have that JPA with the county, so should this ordinance pass, hopefully we'll be dealing with the city cats, not the county cats. And believe me, there are feral cats or cats, whatever, community cats, feral cats running around every part of the city. And Gino just let us know where to go. Now, the city website shows you that has that. As far as we have the integrated pest management plan and or planning ad hoc committee, and I was wondering if Sonia Delgado or the powers that be have considered, especially now that it looks like we'll be able to meet in person and make it a really workable type group, just to look into the city's advancement on this issue. So I hope that we can start meeting again. This is directed, of course, to Sonia Delgado and our city manager. The South Central Rapid Transit District, that's an interesting board. I'm the secretary. Javier Perea is the president, and Nora Barraza. Javier is the mayor of Sunland Park, and Nora Barraza is the mayor of Mesilla. And anyway, David Armijo is the director, and he has done a fantastic job of spotting where there's money. And so there's a section 53, I believe it's section 5307 under the federal laws of federal, because it's a federally funded program, and a lot of money is sitting in El Paso, and they refuse to give us the allocation we deserve for our area here in Doña Ana County and the surrounding areas. So that's being appealed. And I don't know the appeals process. But at any rate, I just wanted to share those developments, those news with the boards that I sit on. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Okay, I believe Councilor Sorg had to leave, unfortunately, and so he's not around. So we're going to go to Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks to Mayor Pro Tem for mentioning a couple of things I was also going to mention, especially about Jardín de los Niños and their new designation of being a trauma-informed center, which is honestly just incredible. I think Jardín is such an asset to our community, and I'm also very excited to join them on Friday. I wanted to let you all know that last week, the Las Cruces Utility Board, I'm hoping Delilah is still on. She is. Maybe she can speak on a little bit more, but we officially voted for the emergency, oh God, let me get the right name before I botch it. We officially implemented the emergency commodity recovery surcharge rider, which will be at $1.69 per decatherm. I encourage everyone, residents, to check out their utility bill to better understand how gas charge works. I, for example, when I looked and for the April bill, my decatherms were at 5 for gas usage, right? I don't even want to tell you January because it's a little bit embarrassing. I'll tell you, it was at 20. And so I think it's just important that we recognize our own gas usage, particularly especially right now. But it's $1.69 per decatherm and then it's going to be over 30 months to really try to lessen the impact on community members and residents. But encourage you to reach out to customer service at the LCU if residents have any questions about how this will work. But that was officially that officially came through the LCU board last week. Additionally, at the MPO board last week, and in addition to Mayor Pro Tem's point about, fatalities, pedestrian and bicycling fatalities, New Mexico actually has really high rates of those fatalities. Las Cruces included in that. NPO and the bicycling and pedestrian subcommittee to the MPO studied 2 particular intersections at Loman and Walton and Missouri and Treviso, which are some of the most dangerous intersections for pedestrians and bicyclists, and have provided some recommendations for how to make those intersections a little bit safer. I think it's important that we potentially I think those are coming. I think Andrew said those were coming to a work session soon. I hope that I certainly would like to see part of that work session to not just be about these 2 intersections, but other intersections like the one at Elks and Main, and other intersections that I'm sure exist around town where people feel unsafe. And I think, just from where I stand, when it comes to traffic calming measures, I think it's important to follow studies, to conduct studies. But I also think it's really important to listen to community members who live in these neighborhoods where these things are happening. Because I will tell you right now that a lot of folks feel really dismissed by the city when it comes to traffic calming measures. And so I think it's really important that we take both of those, human lived experience and studies and what they're suggesting into account so that we can make our city a lot more pedestrian and bicycle friendly, because I think we're kind of far from that right now. It's not even just that we need to make it friendly, or we need to make it safe to start with. So I'm looking forward to that work session with the MPO. And actually, Mayor, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for mentioning the Loman Walnut intersection, Councilor, as well. I think it's that intersection in particular is long overdue for some traffic calming measures that increase pedestrian safety. Mentioned at the MPO committee that in addition to safety, it's an issue of dignity for our residents. I think Councilor Sorg chimed in when we talked about just the looks that you get when you're crossing Loman and Walnut if you are a pedestrian is not the way we want to treat our constituents. And what I mean by that is we create this really awful, honestly, intersection with tons of traffic, with tons of lanes of traffic, and it creates an environment in which pedestrians are looked down upon. Right? Like if you're crossing from that McDonald's there or the bus stop there to Walmart, you're honestly seen as less than if you're not driving a car. And that's because we created these intersections and these roadways for cars. And so you don't get that same feeling when you're walking in downtown Las Cruces, right? Because we've created a pedestrian walkway in downtown Las Cruces where it becomes normalized to walk downtown. But it should become normalized to walk from the bus stop to Walmart on Walnut and Loma just as much as it should be downtown. And so in addition to the public safety issue, I think it's also an issue of dignity for pedestrians or anyone. If we want to encourage people to use public transportation, we don't want that to be a detriment in terms of people moving around our city and getting the goods that they need to get. So I do anticipate that presentation from Dr. McAdams and other MPO staff on what some possible fixes are there for that Loman and Walnut intersection, as well as Travis in Missouri, but in particular the Loman and Walton intersection. We definitely need to get something in place there. A couple of other quick updates. So the South Central Solid Waste Authority unfortunately was unable to enter into a mediation agreement with a contractor who had several deficiencies as they were building out the fourth cell of our landfill out on the West Mesa. So for those not familiar, the city's biggest landfill is out on the West Mesa. We had recently to expand the landfill because of some deficiencies that we had that were found by inspection Mexico Environment Department, which ended up with us having to speed up the construction and the expansion of that landfill for cell number 4. There was several mistakes that were made in the construction of the expansion of that landfill, which resulted in a very significant change order in order to both remediate what needed to be fixed and then to actually finish the landfill. So that is now open and operational. So we do have that expanded capacity in our landfill. However, it looks like the South Central Solid Waste Authority will be going into litigation or legal action to recover the costs that it took as a result of those change orders. Wanted to mention that. And then lastly, also wanted to mention that I met with Assistant City Manager Ikani. I'll just call him by his first name until I can get his last name right. But with Ikani, who's terrific. I'm so glad to have him on board. But Ikani and I talked about the strategy around the opportunities the city has for both public safety, but economic development resulting from legalized recreational cannabis. And so I mentioned this before, but 40% of the total cannabis revenue for adult recreational use or adult use is expected to come from Texas. And that means Las Cruces must be prepared, right, for this revenue. And we can't sit on this, and we can't let other cities like Clovis or even Hobbs, right, who are also bordering with Texas in their respective areas, eat our cake. And I think that means we need to be prepared, both in spurring this economic opportunity, but also in the control that we have, which is zoning, really, right, in terms of where these businesses are located, but also promoting both the agricultural aspect of it, the retail aspect of it, and the tourism aspect of it, because otherwise we'll miss out on a tremendous opportunity for local revenue. I know Sunland Park is working on a plan currently to take advantage of this new industry and this new situation. So I look forward to working with Ikani, and I believe he's going to bring some recommendations to us, or his team will, at a future work session. But want to make sure we do that anticipation of retail sales. But again, I think it's also, the jobs are also in the manufacturing of these new products and the agricultural value of these products. And I don't want to miss out on that either. So I think with that said, Mayor, I think those are my updates. Thank you.
Remember, we're having a water shortage here, so I think I'd be leaning towards green chili more than cannabis. Okay, Councilor Beta-Stubbe.
We just got to cut all the pecan farms down, and then we'll replace.
Oh, man.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to first and foremost say thank you to Officer Rodriguez, who I joined in a ride-along. It's already been a week, last Thursday, or a week and a half ago, where we got to tour the district again and see what issues have been coming up since it's been about a year since I last did a ride-along, and it was before all the changes with COVID. And so I really appreciate having a thorough conversation of issues that are coming up in our neighborhood and then for the community as a whole. From that, we did hear, and we've been hearing from Chief Dominguez as well about the issues that they're having with recruitment and retention and all the vacancies, and it is quite concerning. So I do welcome a chance to look to see how we are looking at the short-term issue on making sure that we're not overstressing the staff already, but looking at long-term solutions as well, so that we're making sure that we are recruiting individuals with that heart of service and that are looking for, more of a career instead of with this, and have expertise in certain areas. I know that those in mental health and areas of law will be very important, especially considering the changes that we have had with a lot of our state legislator bills and changes. HB4 comes to mind as well. And so I know that we want to make sure that we're meeting those needs and demands of all those changes. Coming up this week, there are a lot of meetings, so I don't have too much to report on right now, but we do have Oversight Committee. We will have the Vaccine Task Force Committee. El Paseo Ad Hoc Committee is also this week too. And so I look forward to being able to give you all an update with those. And on Friday, I will be serving on the New Mexico Municipal League Budget Committee. And so I am excited to be able to do that, and we'll report back what we start with. I also want to take a special thank you for Delilah Walsh, who really helped last week at Friday at about 4:30. I had a constituent with a utilities issue and who was quite concerned about a lot of different things and had maybe not the best customer service experience in her initial call. And I was able to work with Delilah and get this individual resources they need and have them confident about their next steps that they needed to go by. So I just wanted to take a moment to really thank her for that help. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, great. Thank you, Councilor. EFO, you ready for your manager's report?
Hi, Mayor and Council. Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. And my camera's on?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor and Council. First off, just a few FYI, just some dates. As you know, staff has been preparing for a full opening of or return back to regular City Hall hours. Between now and then, we're continuing to ramp up and phase back into full service, or, actually, that's not the right term, because I believe the city has been providing full service, just regular hours and sort of trying to be creative and around the protocols. But we've received many requests and questions about our 4th of July celebration. I haven't been here for that, but I hear that's the talk of the town, and that's the main event. And so I really appreciate Parks and Rec, Sonia and her team, really trying to make that happen. They started trying to be creative with the uncertainty of whether or not we would be open and whether or not the state would allow. But we feel like there's a great opportunity to do that, especially as we head into July 1st. And so the 4th of July celebration, just a few bullet points here. July 3rd at 9 p.m., we are planning the electric light parade, and we're calling for entries. So far, from what I understand, we have 12 entries, and typically we have 50. So if it's going to work, we need participation. We need participants this year. The theme for this year is Stars and Stripes Forever. Parade path remains the same, traveling south on Solano Drive, east on Hadley, and ending at Mag Softball Complex. So the registration's open May 14 and closes June 25th. No entry or participation fees. Again, there've been a lot of calls and interest, but 12 entries so far. So we're hoping for more as it gets closer. And the 4th of July celebration would be at Cisbaro Park at NMSU, same as the last few years for the fireworks. Fireworks have been confirmed. Concert details are being finalized and more info to come. Also, our library has been open and running at 75% capacity, just for the public to know. And so we will continue to ramp up, and as we go back to normal business hours with City Hall. Also, just another plug for the plastic bag survey that's out on our website. We need the input, and so if residents can look to the website and fill out that. I think it's only 2 to 3 minute survey. As far as the tracking requests, not much to report. I know we've given reports via emails and to our council. But just FYI, there have been, since we started this tracking, now this tracking system is really just for council meetings, not work session or council. Of course, there's Jamie and her team have other tracking systems for other things, but this is just for council. Just within council meeting, we received close to 100 requests, and 9% have been moved to a long-term list so we can keep track of them. 46% are completed, 45% are pending, and these should be significantly reduced with upcoming work sessions that are scheduled addressing the topics you wanted to hear about. So some of those, as a reminder, legislative session debrief and the police department update will be next work session, May 24th. And then, of course, we talked about the ARPA work session scheduled for June 14th. And then as well as the pedestrian and bike safety work session that was requested will be on June 28th. And then I know we talked a little bit about our vacancies, and I know there's more to come, information, more reporting to come there. But one thing I wanted to mention, something I just realized or just found out about, and I really do want to recognize our HR department, because not too many people realize how dynamic that area is and how fast-paced we have to be, really. And sometimes with our departments, it seems to be slower than we want. But one thing I do want to mention, what has been done there, within the last 10 months, so this last fiscal year to date, the city has hired 382 positions, filled 382 positions. And so that includes 309 new hires, and 73 of those were promotions. So you're talking, if you're going off the 1,200 FTEs, you got a quarter of more than 25% of your staff overturned and positions being filled. And that's just, again, new hires or filled positions, not including everything else that's involved with HR. But just wanted to give those stats. And then also with, I appreciate the support, council, with Angel Benavente. I didn't know him either. When I came, he had already been ill, and I never did meet him. But I believe his work ethic and what I've heard, that's the kind of team member that we want to in our organization, or the culture that we want to perpetuate. And it would be not only a symbol for what he's contributed to our city, but a symbol of what we want our city staff to strive for in how we act and how we perpetuate that go-get-em customer service attitude to our residents. That's all I have, Mayor, Council. I appreciate the opportunity.
Very good, Ifo. Thank you. Okay, so if there's nothing further, entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second by Flores.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Beta-Stuvi, second by Councilor Flores. Christine?
This is on the motion to adjourn the regular meeting. Councilor Beta-Stuvi,
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez,
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo,
Yes.
Councilor Sorg is absent. Councilor Flores,
Yes.
Councilor Gondara,
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Okay, it's 5:25 PM. We're adjourned. Have a good evening.
You too.
See you later. Bye-bye.